Mangalam, Vayu Mangalam, Gagana Mangalam, Gagana Mangalam, Surya Mangalam, Surya Mangalam, Chandra Mangalam, Chandra Mangalam, Jagata Mangalam, Jagata Mangalam, Jiva Mangalam, Jiva Mangalam, Deha Mangalam, Deha Mangalam, Mano Mangalam, Mano Mangalam, Atma Mangalam, Sarva Mangalam, Bhavatu Bhavatu Bhavatu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Namaste. Welcome to this conference, part of series of conferences being organized by INDICA Academy. Earlier, we conducted several conferences on several different topics, and there are more in the pipeline. Today's conference theme, Hinduism and Environmentalism, was also covered in an earlier conference. It was at that time called Indigenous Environmentalism. Actually, we earlier called it Pagan Environmentalism. We wanted to focus broadly on the entire pagan traditions. And at that time, we included Buddhism, Jainism, and Hinduism, and also folk traditions and tribal traditions as part of the focus. This particular conference is being organized for a greater focus, for a narrower focus on Hinduism itself from the environmentalism point of view. Before I get into the theme of this conference, let me just give a brief about what INDICA Academy does and how we go about. Sri Harikiran Vadlamani Garu, the founder of our organization, with his incessant creativity, keeps giving new themes, keeps starting new units, new parts of the organization. And these new themes of the conference also are getting generated from his incessantly creative brain. And as part of INDICA Academy's academic work, we conduct workshops, we conduct Shastrartha Sadas, Vakyartha Sadas, we conduct INDICA courses, we conduct several varieties of programs. All these programs, in the words of Sri Harikiran ji, we can classify them into three categories. One is preservation. Under this category, we preserve, INDICA Academy as an organization funds preservation of Shastras. For example, we fund a Tenali Pariksha, where Shastras like Nyaya, Vyakarana, Vedanta are tested. In India today, Tenali Pariksha is considered to be the highest standard, gold standard for acknowledging the Shastra knowledge of any scholar. Such a Pariksha is being funded by INDICA Academy. And we fund Gurukulas, Griha Gurukulas, that is, a teacher keeps students at his home and teaches Shastras, even that is funded. And any Hindu cultural tradition for preserving, INDICA Academy comes forward and helps preservation of, for example, crafts and arts and sculpting or any other embodied knowledge also. Under protection, the second P that Sri Harikiran mentions, we counter the attacks on Hindu culture from the adversaries from different fields, particularly academically. Those of the academicians who are against our traditions and culture, whatever books they write, we review them, we expose the lacunae in their argument, and we counter their arguments, and so on. Another area is promotion. So we promote Hindu culture through all the platforms that we have. We have a center for soft power. We have a center for embodied knowledge. We have a classical library. We have many other such platforms through which we promote Hindu culture in all its aspects. So this conference is also a part of the same endeavor of preservation, protection, and promotion. And as part of the intense academic activity, these conferences are happening. And earlier we conducted conferences on Hindu aesthetics, Hindu art, architecture, and artisans, and Hindu meditation. Actually, there is a small change in the way we are naming these conferences also. Earlier, names used to be Indian, Indic, but gradually we realized that the hesitation on our part not to use the word Hindu in the titles is also coming out as a weakness on our side. So we thought, okay, let us be very vocal about it, and we have started using the word Hindu, Hinduism very clearly in the titles of our conferences. One of the such titles is this title, Hinduism and Environmentalism, for this particular conference also. And personally, from my side, this topic is very close to my heart because right from my college days, university days, from my early education, I was almost supernaturally, through some spiritual guidance, was carried into this environmentalist activity. Actually, I should thank Vittal Rajanji, the Deccan Development Society person in Hyderabad, who visited my university when my classes were being conducted in Golden Threshold campus, Abbott's campus of my University of Hyderabad. He was publishing a book called Ecological Crisis, Strategies of the Poor. And I was just a student, a beginning student of MA at that time. But because people used to look at my Sanskrit those days, he said, can you write something about Vedic solution to the ecological crisis? Then all of a sudden, it occurred to me that I could go to Evam Pravartitam Chakram Nanuvartayati Hayaha Aghairindriya Ramo Mogham Partha Sajivati of Bhagavad Gita, and the whole thing dawned on me, and I started writing the article for him. And from then onwards, it was academically also consulting books, consulting scholars, and joining environmentalist movements. That is on a personal note. But historically, friends, let us see that the word environmentalism that we are using is not very old. It's just recent. It is from 60s that we see this word. And it is this movement, environmentalism movement, that actually is putting three on the back foot. One is Western traditions on the back foot, two Abrahamic religions on the back foot, three S&T, science and technology, on the back foot. All the three have been blamed for this crisis, ecological crisis. And all the environmentalist movements, they use these words, Western, Abrahamic religions, particularly, for example, Christianity. Lynn White Jr.'s article roots of the ecological crisis, it squarely blames Christianity for the ecological crisis. And on the cultural study, sociological study of SNP inside university departments also, there is a great emphasis on
Can't hear you.
Sir, I think sir is facing some internet issue. Srinivas sir?
Yes, yes. So I think he will be rejoining us after logging out. We'll wait for some time. I'm calling him. Kindly bear with us. He has some internet issues, I believe. Sir is going to join us soon. Please bear with us.
hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible now.
Okay, yeah. So I'm so sorry. Probably some issue on my side in the system. Now, I think with this small introduction to the theme, where we were actually focusing on the fact that all indigenous cultures, including Hinduism, are on a very strong grounding, on a very strong footing with regard to environmentalism. And it is environmentalist movements all over the world that give opportunity to traditions and traditional cultures. These words like traditions and traditional cultures in the areas where I move, like Indology, are bad words. Actually, those scholars consider themselves to be on the side of history, and from the side of history, they attack the very word and the concept tradition itself. But traditional cultures, for example, UNESCO has come up with a charter of sustaining traditional cultures. And now there is a whole awareness that sustenance of biology, sustenance of nature, sustenance of natural culture is possible only with the sustenance of diversity of cultures itself. So sustenance of nature is also a culture, is the awareness that we got, and the pro-diversity attitude that is available in Hinduism, articulated in so many different ways, the ingrained pluralist culture that is ingrained in Hinduism that we see now can be explained in terms of environmentalism being a diversity oriented movement. And we have many such scopes for articulating the roots of Hindu culture, Hindu worldview from this point of view. So with this, I think we can move to the inaugural session of this conference. And I'm so glad to welcome Dr. Undavalli Gayatri Prasanna Kumar Garu, Chairman of Mahatma Gandhi National Council for Rural Education, to this conference. Prasanna Kumar Garu has been in the forefront of environmentalist activities and movements. He has held many government responsibilities, government positions for environmental protection, climate change, etc. Let me introduce the chief guest of the day, Undavalli Gayatri Prasanna Kumar Garu, today. He prides in calling himself a public servant working for climate change. His expertise in disaster management has him in the advisory panels of several state and national level departments. He is also an expert advisor for the government of Telangana in its disaster response force endeavor, a master trainer for civil services candidates. He conducts intensive training programs periodically at the behest of nationally recognized training institutes. He is currently actively involved in promoting higher education curriculum addressing rural concerns in India. Villagers to be producers, not just consumers, is his conviction that drives him to work for rural challenges. He aspires for an adaptive, disaster risk resilient, and eco-responsible India. The curriculum on MBA in waste management and social entrepreneurship and BBA and MBA in rural management are his major academic achievements dedicated to India's rural concerns. This has culminated in several collaboration MOUs for introduction of MBA, BBA, rural management in higher education institutions across India. Dr. Prasanna Kumar excels in taking a vision and making it a reality and a plan into action driven by a strong motive to achieve. He has translated positive intentions into tangible results, being clear on the vision, defining a pathway, setting of the track with a clear destination point, and quickly taking corrective actions as and when needed are his prime qualities that make him an achiever. Dr. Prasanna Kumar has held diverse and successful portfolios earlier, including as professor and head Center for Climate Education and Disaster Management in Dr. MCR HRD Institute, where he conducts several capacity building and action research programs in climate education, disaster management, and crowd management. Director, National Green Corps, where he was instrumental in promoting environmental education activities in educational institutions as senior social scientist, AP Telangana Pollution Control Board, where he advocated environmental education and awareness as capacity enhancement specialist, Administrative Staff College of India, ASCI, where he was involved in promoting reforms in municipal administration by documenting the best practices in municipalities and municipal corporations across the country. Dr. Prasanna Kumar holds PhD in education with basic degree in social work and master's degree in sociology, public administration, and political science. He also has professional education in environmental economics, public relations, communication, and training and development. Now he is the chairman of Mahatma Gandhi National Council for Rural Education. And as in this post also, he has done enormous work for higher education in rural education. Thank you, sir. Thank you for accepting our invitation to be the chief guest of the day and to inaugurate this conference. Now I request you to give your inaugural address and bless this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nagaraj Garu. INDICA Academy and friends here who are in this program. My deep felt gratitude for inviting me to this workshop and big dais that you have given to interact with you on environmentalism and Hinduism. I have been in this sector for almost, in terms of my mind, yes, more than 30, 36, 37 years. In 1984, first time I attended a conference on Patancheru and the pollution there. To later on in 97, when I joined the Pollution Control Board as a social scientist, and 2000, when I started on this journey on National Green Corps, 2001 onwards, into the curriculum-related activities on environmental education, and then 2003 onwards on the textbooks, and 2005-06 into higher education and environmental education, with the culmination of biological conservation, biological diversity conference on biological conservation of biological diversity, the COP11 on CBD. Then that is when I slowly drifted from environmental work to a broader work of climate change and disaster management. And then later on in this Mahatma Gandhi National Council of Rural Education, also I am part of this program of promoting sustainability in the universities and higher educational institutions across the country. Today we are into ranking of the sustainability of higher educational institutions across the country, district-wise, and awarding them annually. That is the work which we have taken. Started initially as Swachhata work, and then now it's transcended into becoming sustainability of the campus and sustainability of the village with which the campus is engaged. That is the direction in which we are going. This topic is very dear to me. Some of the aspects of this topic have gone into the textbooks that we have written for intermediate, and the action activity books that we have produced for class 1 to class 12. And these were also part of the B.Ed education and the graduate education, and of course now part of the present effort in promoting sustainability of higher educational institutions and sustainability in the villages with which the higher educational institutions are engaged with. So it's a long journey. It's a long journey of 25 full years of work in this sector. I will share initially a little bit about the engagement with the Pollution Control Board. My interaction would be into looked at as two parts. One part will be on the legislation requirements, legal compliance in the environment sector today, the way they are available to us. The second half, I would like to link it with what is expected to what was there in the text and how they are connected. I'm also part of Samskriti Foundation, where we are into promoting public policy, taking the cultural roots, that India's public policy in every domain gets rooted strongly, gets connected strongly with the cultural domain. Somehow with the colonial education that we are still continuing with, most of it is still continued. We are trying to make a dent with the National Education Policy 2020. But nevertheless, the impact of the colonialism is very, very strongly found. So we are shown what to read and what to see, and we are made to see what to see, and we are made to hear what they want us to hear. That's how our education has been completely truncated. So in that context, we are trying to look at the environment, field of environmentalism, field of environmental work. In Western world, there is one small theory of deep ecology where they would talk about the intrinsic value of life and life forms and non-life forms. Everything has an intrinsic value, but deep ecology is not rooted in the religions or in the philosophies of those religions promoted by those religions, Abrahamic religions or otherwise. So looking at the way we are handling or will be handling our environment sector and connecting it with the texts and also the culture and the civilizational background that we have a lot of work. I would like to collaborate with INDICA Academy. The Samskruti Foundation would like to collaborate with INDICA Academy. And as a person, I am committed to working in this sector the rest of my life. So keeping that in mind, I am looking at this as a learning opportunity, not as a speaking opportunity. I want to clearly admit that I am not an expert in this area. I am a learner. I would like to be through all these sessions that you are conducting in these 2 days. I would like to attend as much as possible. Try and see if some of my administrative works can be pushed backside and this becomes the prime thing. Learning from the great audience, great contributors of this 2 days program. So friends, India's environmental regime or environmental governance regime starts with the Water Act and 1974. Later on, we went into Air Act 1981 and then 86 Environment Protection Act. So we started looking at water first and then went into air and then went into environment protection immediately after the Bhopal Gas Disaster. Bhopal Gas Disaster is something which has pushed our governance systems and our regulatory system to look at environment as a whole, not as parts. 74, we came out with the Water Act in the context of Stockholm Conference. Stockholm Conference, the first time we have looked at intergenerational equity as the basis for sustainability. Whatever we have in this generation should be available for the next generation, because next generation would be anyway much more evolved than us, and they will be utilizing whatever resources that we have much more frugally, much more effectively than our generation. That is the principle there. Intergenerational equality, that is you making things available for the next generation also. That is also a definition of sustainable development. So the way we consume, we need to keep it in mind that that is available for the next generation also. So whatever we consume, we need to consume only that which can be available for the next generation also at the level that at which we consume it right now. So whatever is redeemable is to be consumed. Whatever is not redeemable should not be consumed, because that will not be available for the next generation. So use only that which can be redeemable, which will be reproduced by nature as it is. So that is the basis of sustainable development argument, and that is the basis for the Water Act 1974. And then when we found that Water Act is not enough to handle the biggest problem that was emerging at that time, that is the air pollution. Hence, we went into air, because first, what is appearing, what is in front of us, what is down at our feet is water. And when you lift your head, you will find air up, the color of the air, or the dirty air, or the smoke, or the polluted air. So we went into the air, from water to air, and then we found that this water and air business will not work unless we take a holistic view. That was the context of this Bhopal Gas Disaster, which has affected lives and livelihoods, which is one of the biggest disasters in the human history, and it is industrial. It is man-made disaster. It's not something like a natural disaster. It's not a volcano. It's not an earthquake. It's not a flood. It's not a drought. It's not something which is coming from outside, but it was coming from the failure of humans to handle equipment, processes, products, and maintenance of the equipment which would actually process some product, some raw material into a finished or intermediary product. So, friends, it is in this context that we have got Environment Protection Act. We, of course, have Forest Conservation Act, which try to handle the forests, and which has that dictum that we need to have at least 33% of geographical area under green cover. So we need to conserve the forests. As you all know, conserve has two components. One is consumption, second is preservation. So you have taken con from the first word and serve from the second, and then you made something called as conserve, which means consume but also preserve in a way that it is available for next generation. So conservation comes from the theory of sustainability. So friends, it is in this context that India has been working, Bharat has been working in the regulatory as well as administrative domains. Pollution control boards were created as per the Water Act, and then Air Act was also added to their goal and their role. And then 1986, the Environment Protection Act has made their role a little bit broader. So any activity which is likely to harm human and life forms, any activity which is likely to create imbalance to the wholesomeness of water, these are all defined as pollution. So wholesomeness of water is something which is there, and that if it is disturbing, then it is called as water pollution. So we have got this 3 acts and the 4th act, the Forest Act, together handling the water, air, tree and plant, as well as the animal wealth. So protection of animal and plant wealth is possible through the Forest Act. That's what we believe. Protection of life is possible with protection of water and air, and hence the environment. That's what we believe with these 3 regulations. So Forest Act is regulated or implemented by the Forest Department, and the Environment Protection Act, the Air Act and Water Act are implemented by the pollution control boards. So 1991, this public liability insurance has come in. That is, okay, if you have destroyed, disturbed, damaged environment, do you have an opportunity, do you have a method of handling that destruction, damage of the environment or that which is damaged? Because they will not go for claiming damages. You will have to work for them. Water body will not go to the court and ask for damages redemption. The air cannot go to the court of law or come to any administrative officer and complain, see, I am getting polluted. This fellow is polluting or this organization is polluting. So it is the bounden duty of the regulator to take into consideration the wholesomeness of water and also the quality of air. That is why we have standards for water quality and standards for air quality created as per the Environment Protection Act, and then these standards are to be maintained to see that the life goes on and the life forms are not affected. So Environment Protection Act gives us opportunities of creating standards and from time to time making the standards stringent and regulating and implementing the standards. So for implementing the standards, we have monitoring of Indian national aquatic resources. That is, all water bodies across the country are monitored in terms of their quality through this program. Next is the air quality across the country is monitored through ambient air quality monitoring stations, continuous ambient air quality monitoring stations across the country. That means you have a thermometer for water and you have a thermometer for the air, or a meter for the water pollution and meter for the air pollution being measured across the country, irrespective of somebody giving a complaint or somebody asking for it. It becomes the duty of the state to monitor the quality of air, quality of water, and the quality of forest is also monitored after the GIS has come in, and we will know exactly what is the quantum of forests in an area. In fact, today when we are from Mahatma Gandhi National Council of Rural Education, when we are looking at the sustainability of any campus, we go through the Google map and look at what is the extent of greenery in the campus. So campus cannot give some lies. They cannot say that we have 40%, 50% greenery. Google map is available in front of us. We can go to the lowest possible place and then we can look at what is the extent of green cover in the campus, what is the extent of playground area, and what is the extent of built up area. In fact, from the Google map, we also find out how many solar panels each college has across the country, from Jammu Kashmir to Andaman and Nicobar. Any college is claiming that they have solar energy already installed. We look at the panels which are there on their head, on their building top, and look at each panel contributing to some 400 units of power every day. 400, yeah. So that is, there is a calculation by which we try to look at what is the greenery available, what is the solar power available, power possible from that place. So friends, this is the regime which is available in the technology that is available. So air has some possibility of taking some level of pollution and some level of disturbance of its quality. Water also has certain level of possibility of handling certain level of disturbance to its quality. These are the terms that we use technically are carrying capacity and assimilative capacity. Assimilative capacity is that which is external to environment, comes into environment, gets assimilated into the environment without causing much difference. It's like, you are adding one drop of ink to a barrel of water, doesn't actually change any quality in the water, but it is additionality. The water quality more or less is similar. But then if you are putting one ounce of ink, maybe the color is changed a little bit. As you increase the quality of the ink and quality of and quantity of the ink, the quality of the water in the drum changes. So at a particular point of time, you can definitely see that there's a change in the color, then that means the quality of the water is changed. So to the extent that it is not changing the quality of the water to the perceptible level, to the measurable level, to the level that we have for chemical oxygen demand and biological oxygen demand, pH and dissolved oxygen. Till that time, it is okay as long as the external item is coming into water body. It is not changing the wholesomeness of water. The moment it changes the wholesomeness of water, it is called as water pollution. Then what is this extent, or when do you call it as changing? That is where you come with the standard. Central Pollution Control Board comes out with the standards, and these standards are made stringent from time to time by the state pollution control boards or central pollution control boards. Standards are dependent upon the measuring capacity of us. So instruments have measuring capacity. There are some instruments which can measure some components of air pollution. Some can measure lead, some can measure sulfur dioxide, some can measure the benzene, some can measure the not nitrous oxides or carbon monoxide. So equipment has its own limitation. A thermometer cannot be a barometer also. Thermometer cannot be the pulse oximeter. So each one has its own role. In the same fashion, the equipment has its own limitations. Basing on the limitations, basing on integration of these limitations and strengths, the equipment is designed from time to time. Equipment keeps on improving, and we get to know more and more aspects of the air and more aspects of the water. So we get to know the quality of water as it's changing from monsoon to the dry seasons, as it's changing from the availability of plenty of rainwater to the availability of very little groundwater also. So it is in this context that we are looking at the air and water pollution. So we are now at a point where we need to go beyond all this. What is the ethic? What is the ethic of conservation? Is it the instrumentality of today? Chalega, it can happen. We can handle this situation. So many people, so many industries can come to this area. Carrying capacity of a particular region is this region can take so much of water pollution load, so much of air pollution load. Beyond this air pollution load, this region will become dysfunctional. So we were talking about assimilative capacity. Now we are looking at the the capacity to handle the pollutant in a particular area, the carrying capacity. That means the pollutants are there; they are not vanishing. It is not like the compost. Before composting, it is low. It is harmful, and after composting, it becomes manure. But in carrying capacity, we look at anyway. It is harmful. It is there, but how long can you bear it, or how much can you bear it? So basing on that, we have the carrying capacity, and if the area is the amount of pollution in a particular area has come to the level that you cannot actually handle beyond, then threshold value, then we go to declaring that area as not fit for any further expansion of industry or any particular activity, including housing or urban activity. So all this point out to one point, that is there are limits. So limits to growth is something which we all have come to realize as part of our learning in environment sector. So now coming to Hinduism, Hinduism has in it the text and the context also. As per the changing context, the texts are evolved. That is why Hinduism is one of the most scientific religions in the world, or one of the most scientific ways of looking at the world. So when we started the morning with the prayer, which is brought out by the government of India, we're saying Bhumi, and then water, and then you go on to saying that human life and then and other lives, all forms of life being connected. Is connecting the all forms of life and non-life is intrinsic to Hinduism. And that is what makes it the most environmentalistic religion in the world. So if you are looking at the one form of one school of thought is the best among all living and non-living things are me. That is what Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita. But there's also another way of putting it, by the way Adi Shankara has put it, in terms of looking at everything being mithya and everything being the same. Brahman being there and Brahman being identical to Atman, and it is not being different, they are identical, which would get into the view of the living and non-living, that is the water or the hill or the tree or the animal or the human, they're all form of Brahma. When Krishna opens his mouth in Bhagavata, he will show Akhilanda Brahmanda in the mouth. So the living forms, the earth, the seas, everything is available, and that's all. That's all that is part of the superhuman or oneness. So the biological entity has an intrinsic value, and Atman also has, like Atman, and it is constituted by Brahman is one view. So Ramanujan's, when you look at Ramanuja's philosophy, Brahma is the creator of all things, and both eternal and matter constitute God's body. So God's body, everything which we see and which we do not see is part of God's body. So when Swami Vivekananda says that we are all dots in the circle, and this circle is Paramatma, and we are all Atmas, and this Paramatma is all pervasive. Or when we are looking at every living being having equal right to live, to exist, and to be there, then we are looking at the aspect of their being equal to us, their being equal in terms of their value, intrinsic value. So there is an environmental ethic in the way we handle the nature around us and the humans around us. So when we are looking at the evolution of human life from water through these Dasavatara evolution, finally onto human, we are looking at the possibility of emanation. So there are three arguments which are there in terms of environmentalism. One is that everything has Atma, so they are valuable. So and second is whether anything which is biological has Atma and is part of Brahman, they're all equal. So in this life, we may be something. Next life, we may be born as something else. So that which will be born as something else, or that which we are today, which is a part of a cycle, indicates that there is that sameness between this generation and the next generation. And the need to give to this generation as well as the next generation same amount of possibility of exploring this world. So when we are looking at the science of environment, then the science of environment of the West is positivistic in that human is different from that which is observing. So human is different from the tree, the water, the mountain, the land. So he is not the same. There is no unity between the human and the water, the tree, the mountain, and the land. So human has the power or upper hand or the determining force over all the other things. What happens to water, what happens to tree, what happens to mountains, what happens to animals, what happens to the birds and animals are all decided by human, because human has intellect and he is on the top of the pyramid. So being on the top of the pyramid, with the positivistic science, we look at everything as experimentable, everything as modelable, changeable. So it is not, I am not that. So that is different from me. So I can experiment, I can model, I can play around with that. So that is the part of the positivistic theory. But Indian science or Indian philosophy looks at that also being part of me and me being part of that. I am not different from that. So when I am studying something, I need to study that in relation to what I am also. So I am not different from that. I am part of that. So whatever I do to the water, whatever I do to the tree, whatever I do to the land, whatever I do to the animals and plants will affect me. I cannot be disconnected from that. This is the Indian view, which is the modern environmental view also. Modern environmental view is that whatever you are doing, wherever you are connecting, wherever you are trying to make a change or a dent, that has an impact on us. That's where the conventional biological diversity has come in, where we are looking at species diversity being protected, the diversity in various elements, genetic diversity also being maintained, because all that makes the whole of the nature, the human, everything together, it makes the whole. So that whole is environment in which we are all part of. So when we look at our science, we look at sacredness in human beings. Yes, sacredness because there is Atman everywhere. Sacredness in animals. Yes, we look at the Atman in that. But we also look at sacredness in the grooves. We have sacred grooves, areas of trees which are protected, which are not impinged upon, where we do not violate the right of the plant or the tree in that particular area. Certain plants, certain trees, which we also call as keystone species maybe. But they all are protected, they are valued and they are respected, and they are left alone, they are fetched, they are supported. Not only trees, we also have sacred tanks. We protect the water in tanks, we protect the water in water bodies. We protect the water in the rivers, we protect the water in the sea also. We look at the wholesomeness of water in the sea as well as in the river. We revere them, not only protect, we revere them, we respect them. We bow before the water, bow before the trees, bow before the mountains, bow before the animals and plants. So there is a way by which we also look at the totems and taboos in this. We have totems and taboos which are linked to plants and animal species as part of our tradition. Religion has integrated these aspects in itself. Hindu religion has integrated the way we handle the lizards, the way we handle the cats, the dogs, the cows, various animals, the monkeys, and how we have related them to be the vahana, or the only way by which God can move is taking the help of animal or bird. The moment of God is seen in the moment of animals and birds that we have around them. So this concept of sacredness for protection of living and non-living things is intrinsic to Hindu religion. Hinduism looks at Sarve Jana Sukhino Bhavantu and Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha. Lokan Samastan Sukhino Bhavantu. So when we are looking at everybody being happy, everything being happy, every being being happy, then we are looking at the wholesomeness of the world, or wholesomeness of the environment, wholesomeness of the universe, and connectedness in this universe. That's what makes Hinduism as modern environmentalism. Hinduism is not only traditional environmentalism, but it is modern environmentalism. Any further regulation in environment sector is to be traced keeping these aspects of the right to existence for every being and every non-being also. Not only Atman, but also the Paramatman which is there in every non-living being also. The hills, the rivers, the seas. All of them have a right to live, right to exist. And they need to be honored. This right needs to be honored. Prithvi Sukta says that earth is our mother and we all are her children. So the beauty and the profusion are vividly there in this Prithvi Sukta. So keeping these things in mind, when we are looking at Bhagavad Gita, when Lord Krishna says that, Bhagavan Krishna says that Atma cannot be destroyed by air, fire, water, earth. Nothing can destroy it. Nothing can change the form of Atma. Then we are one way looking at everything being, non-destroyable in terms of the life inside. But we also look at everything being part of God's body. So everything being part of God's body, we are not looking at destroying or affecting or cutting through or changing the form of through an artificial means any of these living and non-living things. So it's an area which has both dimensions of non-destroyability as well as dimension of protection, dimension of non-destruction as paramount, and the dimension of non-destructibility also imbibed in it. So keeping these things in mind, taking the texts and the evolving context, we look at the environmentalism and the role of Hinduism in promoting environmentalism and protection and conservation of natural resources. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity for sharing some of my thoughts. They're all mundane, they're all very nascent. I am a learner, I'm a beginner in this area. So I would be learning from all of you. I will try to sit through all these sessions, and I would like to work with your group and learn from each of you and contribute to the field of knowledge in whichever way I can. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad, namaskar.
Namaste. Thank you very much, Dr. Prasanna Kumar Garu. That was such an enlightening talk. Your depth of knowledge in the environmental practice, basically from a policy point of view, and from the environmental science, environmental engineering, environmental chemistry point of view, and then you traversed the ideas within Hinduism from Bhagavad Gita, Shankaracharya to Ramanujacharya, and covered all the relevant concepts of Hinduism which are relevant for an environmentalist understanding. And thank you very much for emphasizing the fact that Hinduism is not just traditional environmentalism, it is new environmentalism, it is contemporary environmentalism, and new ideas that are going to come. The futuristic environmentalist ideas are also already embedded in Hindu environmentalism. Is a very great proposal, a very great statement that comes from persons like you. Thank you very much for such a great enlightening talk. We have our Veda Mantras, right from Rig Veda Mantras itself. We have Sihi as the statement. Mahim Sihi. Many mantras end with words like don't create violence against them. And interestingly, one of them is Prithvi. Don't create violence against earth also is one of the statements. And we have mantras where it is declared that yo apamayatanam Veda. This is all the Hindus hear this mantra every day in the temples, but it is saying that yo apamayatanam Veda ayatanavan bhavati. Who realizes that water is the source of everything will only get the sustenance. So that significance of water is emphasized there. And if we go into the details of the various texts and Veda mantras and all that, we get so many evidences to confirm what you have said, sir. Thank you very much for blessing this conference with your presence. And you are so humble to say that you are a learner here. Thank you very much for accepting to be present during some of our conference papers also. Thank you very much. Now we will move on to the first session where there are two papers. One paper is going to cover Mahabharata, the other Ramayana, how epics have environmentalist understanding. The first paper is going to be from Sri Megh Kalyan Sundaramji, who is known for his academically rigorous argumentative papers. He is one of our directors. He is director of new projects in INDICA Academy. He is looking after our INDICA Classical Library. And he has many publications to his credit, which have blown off many of the Indological distortions of Hinduism. And this paper also is actually, it has taken up a very significant topic called sustainability, which is a very important topic today. it is the middle path. Sustainability is the middle path, and how sustainability is articulated in Mahabharata is chosen by Sri Meg Kalyan Sundaramji for his topic. I request Sri Megji to present his analysis of Mahabharata from this point of view. Thank you.
Namaste. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, sir.
Okay. Saraswati Namastubhyam Varade Kamarupini Vidyarambham Karishyami Siddhir Bhavatu Me Sada Shruti Smriti Purananam Alayam Karunalayam Namami Bhagavat Padam Shankaram Loka Shankaram Puranan Nyaya Mimamsa Dharma Shastrang Mishritaha Vedaha Sthanani Vidyanam Dharmasya Cha Chaturdasha Ayurvedo Dhanurvedo Gandharvaschaiva Tetrayah Arthashastram Chaturthantu Vidyaha Ashtadashaivatah. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Namaste. At the outset, I would like to thank Harikiran Vadlamani ji, Professor Nagraj Paturi ji, Vade Srinivas ji, and Koti ji, and whoever else has contributed to making this conference, Hinduism and Environmentalism, possible. The title of my paper is, as you can see, Attributions in Sustainable Development Literature, an Indic case to look beyond European Enlightenment and towards the Mahabharata. The paper's abstract reads thus. In this paper, first, the mainstream sustainable development literature is studied to identify key historical attributions of the concept currently in vogue. In light of specific evidence from the critical edition of the Mahabharata, an Indic case is posited for revisiting one of the key attributions in the mainstream sustainable development literature. On the top of the screen right now is the structure of this presentation. I'll begin with a very brief overview of my academic work, followed by a glimpse of the Sustainable Development Goals. That will be followed by the literature survey in the introduction of this paper, and finally my analysis and argument, which can be found in the section From Silva to the Mahabharata in the paper. On the screen right now are screenshots from my Google Scholar profile, and which lists about over 20 papers. All these papers can be accessed from the academia profile Meg Kalyana Sundaram. They broadly cover areas related to ancient Indian chronology, Indian knowledge systems, landscape and Indic texts, ancient Indian jurisprudence, ideas of India, and philosophy. A recent compositional music album of mine, Bharata and Her Kashmira, was accepted for listing in the Government of India's Ministry of Culture music app called Sangam. Before diving into the paper proper, it might not be out of place to quickly glimpse at the Sustainable Development Goals, goals that the Government of India takes seriously. While it is not necessary to read out each of these 17 goals, and I'm sure many of us have know either all of these 17 or at least some of them, or have seen this graphic, I do just want to mention Jason Hickel's paper, The Contradiction of the Sustainable Development Goals, Growth versus Ecology on a Finite Planet. And I think this paper would be interesting for people who are looking at the tension within the goals. And it was actually a point that was alluded to by the previous speaker, the invited speaker, on the limitations on growth. Keeping this as in the backdrop, I move on to the paper proper. Correlating sustainable development to Indic texts, particularly Sanskrit texts, is an evolving domain. Some previous works in this area include Balachandran's 2011 paper Kautilya's Model of Sustainable Development, Mahashumi Bhattacharya's chapter titled Concept of Sustainable Development in the Mahabharata, in her 2012 thesis, Environmental Concept as Reflected in the Mahabharata, Its Relevance in the Model World, and Yamini Narayanan's 2013 paper, Inspiring Sustainability Beyond Sustainability, Sustainable Development and the Ultimate Hindu Purpose. On a related and in some ways broader, yet in some other ways narrower topic of looking at Indic texts for textual evidence of protection, praise, worship, and conservation of different aspects of the environment, there exists now not only a CBSE education module titled Indian Traditional Knowledge on Environmental Conservation, but also at least one dedicated digital space, Environmental Studies, in the Vedic Heritage Portal maintained by the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Other examples are broadly related and relatively earlier, around the turn of the century, 98 to 2002. Impulses include literature related to uncovering insights pertaining to biodiversity conservation from Manu Samhita to Indian traditions and traditional knowledge systems. Cross-cultural comparative perspectives, though seemingly fewer, have also now emerged. Michel Denino's Nature in Indian and Western Traditions and For the Love of Nature, and Vishwa Adluri's Unburdening the Earth, Hinduism and Ecology, make for, in my view, trenchant reading, foregrounding perspectives from Indic texts and contrasting them to non-Indic ones across millennia. Sustainable development is, though, not only about environment, and while the above survey is not comprehensive, even when seen from just the intersection of sustainable development and the environment, what follows in the space of paper will be an addition to the above literature, whilst addressing the case outlined in the abstract. I just said sustainable development is not only about environment. What is it though? Author of the concept of sustainable development in the Mahabharata, Maushami Bhattacharya presents a succinct overview, not just alluding to some globally influential definitions of the compound term, but also breaking the compound term down into its component words, foregrounding some of their definitions, and then synthesizing what she calls, quote, the three most important objectives of sustainable development, unquote. She has written, and I quote, over the last 3 decades, the term sustainable development has been defined in many ways, but one of the most popular definitions was coined by the World Commission on Environment and Development, the Brundtland Commission. The origin of this concept of sustainable development was pointed out in the World Conservation Strategy report published in 1980. The report of the Brundtland Commission 1987, Our Common Future, has popularized and defined the term sustainable development as, quote, sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs, unquote. The concept of sustainable development is precisely stated in the Encyclopedia of Ecology and Environment, Volume 10, as development that lasts. It emphasizes upon the balance between consumption and production of natural resources. It means that the well-being of the human beings depend on the judicious extraction, consumption, and utilization of natural resources, maintaining the regenerating capacity of nature. The aims and objectives of sustainable development are to raise the living standard and qualities of the lives of the people of present as well as the future generations, while conserving the environment and natural resources. So to secure economic well-being, social development, and environmental stability are the 3 most important objectives of sustainable development, unquote. Thereafter, while she goes on to correlate sustainable development with evidence, both direct and indirect, not just from the Mahabharata, and presents by and large a very credible case, I will go down one path she has not gone down, to look at historical attributions in some of the mainstream sustainable development literature and present an Indic case for why that attribution needs to be revised. While the Sustainable Development Commission's history of sustainable development went as far back as Rachel Carson's Silent Spring, 1962, Andre Feil and Dusan Schreiber, in their 2017 paper, Sustainability and Sustainable Development, Unraveling Overlays and Scope of Their Meanings, go back to John Evelyn's Silva, 1664. Quote, the selected time frame begins in the year 1664 with the publication of Silva by John Evelyn. It is considered that with this work initiated the concern with environment depletion and economic development, unquote. Feil and Schreiber are neither alone nor first in tracing back to Evelyn's Silva. About 10 years earlier, Ulrich Grober's 2007 paper, Deep Roots, A Conceptual History of Sustainable Development, not only traces back to Evelyn's Silva, but also explicitly credits Evelyn's work as, quote, 17th century forerunner of the Brundtland report, unquote, and does not miss the opportunity to invoke the era of early European Enlightenment. Quote, the roots of this concept can be traced back to the era of early Enlightenment, unquote. Quote again, the soul of the project, however, was John Evelyn. On Feb 16, 1664, he presented to the king, the Royal Society, and to the public his Silva, or a discourse of forest trees and the propagation of timber in His Majesty's dominions. The book became a 17th century bestseller and instigated, according to Evelyn's remark in later editions, the planting of millions of trees all over England, unquote. Now, I'll deal with the portions emphasized, that is the ones in bold on screen right now, in the sequence that they appear. That Grober invokes European Enlightenment is highlighted to foreground the fact that this is one more in a list of attributions to European Enlightenment. As a very recent example, consider the following words of a globally influential academician, experimental psychologist, cognitive scientist, and linguist based at Harvard University, Steven Pinker, author of Enlightenment Now, How the Mind Works and the Better Angels of Our Nature, who associates reason and science themselves to the European Enlightenment. He has said, and I quote, "Human nature hasn't changed in the last couple of centuries. How did we manage to improve human life? There, I think ideas matter. One of the key ideas or set of ideas that led to human improvement were the ideas that we associate with the Enlightenment. The use of reason to figure out the world as opposed to dogma or faith or authority. The attempt to understand the physical world by applying reason to it or science, the idea of humanism," unquote. If an academician at Harvard in 2019 can associate reason and science to European Enlightenment alone, should Fail and Schreiber be expected to use Google search in 2016 to explore other potential historical attributions of sustainable development before 1664? If Pinker, Fail, and Schreiber can be excused, Grober's invocation of European Enlightenment in 2007 or earlier suddenly seems far less unacceptable. Now on to the second bolded statement. If it is not problematic enough that it is Evelyn's own remarks, apparently in some of his later editions, which constitutes the evidence for the planting of millions of trees all over England, at least the presumed impact of Evelyn's 1664 work has been squarely criticized and roundly questioned in Arpanen's paper, John Evelyn Silva, Some Remarks on its Circumstances of Production, Reception, and Influence. He has written, and I quote, "There is little explicit evidence to suggest that Silva or Evelyn in person had a direct influence upon the English state to initiate plantings in its royal forests. In the forests of Dean, for centuries, one of the sources of English naval timber, the issue of the availability of naval timber had by the time of Silva's publication been on the agenda for many decades already, and it does not seem that the issue needed Evelyn as its publicist," unquote. Yet it is not just the Wikipedia link for sustainable development, but also books such as Biochemistry and Forestry Management, published in 2019 by EdTech Press UK, that cite the same line attributed to Evelyn. Quote, "Sustainable development has its roots in ideas about sustainable forest management, which were developed in Europe during the 17th and 18th centuries in response to a growing awareness of the depletion of timber resources in England. John Evelyn argued that sowing and planting of trees had to be regarded as a national duty of every landowner in order to stop the destructive overexploitation of natural resources," unquote. Even if one were to allow for the possibility that Arpanen's critique might not be the last word, though I could not find any takedown of his critique so far, the above trace has brought us to those words attributed to Evelyn, to which all of sustainable development is currently traced back to. Namely, quote, "Sowing and planting of trees had to be regarded as a national duty of every landowner in order to stop the destructive overexploitation of natural resources." I posit that this attribution to Evelyn should be replaced by a far more comprehensive statement found in the critical edition of the Mahabharata, which you see on your screen right now. "Ashayascho dapanascha prabhuta salila varaha Nirodhavya Sadaragnya Shirinascha Mahiruhaha." One translation of it in Hindi is as the following: Jalashay, that is Talab, Pokhare Adi, Udapan, Kuएं, Bawadi Adi, प्रचुर जलाशय से भरी हुई बड़े बड़े तालाब तथा दूध वाले वृक्ष, इन सब की राजा को सदा रक्षा करनी चाहिए. Let me be very clear here. I am neither claiming that the above verse is the most comprehensive statement about sustainable development in Indic texts, nor do I claim that it is the oldest in world literature. I do, however, critique the current historical attribution to Evelyn for being Eurocentric and myopic, particularly in a post-Google era, and propose that it be replaced by the above verse from the Mahabharata until a more direct, more comprehensive, and an older one is proposed, which I suspect exists at least in the Indic corpus. This paper would succeed even more in one of its objectives if a more direct, more comprehensive, and an older INDIC statement is proposed in the future in response to the above and goes on to supersede this. This is the bibliography of the paper. And I want to show these two images, which are on screen right now. They're not covered in this paper, but I happen to have come across them after I've written this paper, and might be interested to anyone in the intersection of Hinduism, ecology, environmentalism, and more. Also from the point of view of critical analysis, because I've already seen some problematic issues in the Yale course, which is called Religions and Ecology, Restoring the Earth Community Specialization. I don't know if this has been done before, but I'm launching a Sanskrit single song based on these attestations, but in the interest of time, I don't want to play it. That will be accessible on SoundCloud. With this, I end my presentation. Thank you. And it is 10:50. Over to you, moderator.
Nagaraj sir. I think some issue with the Nagaraj sir and we'll wait for some time. Yeah, he is joining from another device.
Right.
Yeah. Sir, please unmute yourselves.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, sir, but I think you joined from two devices, so we are facing some echo from your end.
Okay. I'll exit. Okay.
Sir, otherwise I will remove from one. Yeah, it's now it is okay.
That will be better. Please remove.
No, he left from another device. It is okay, sir. Now you can speak.
Yeah. Now, you have seen how Sri Meghji comes up with rigorous proposals. He has shown with all sufficient evidence that the ideas of sustainability are available in Mahabharata, and actually Sri Meghji has kept himself open for any earlier references to sustainable development within Indic literature also. So I think, yeah, that is for another day, how Vedas, Rig Veda have very clear articulations of sustainable development, and how as a Veda Samhita, as Panchama Veda, Mahabharata is in fact actually only articulating the ideas of sustainable development within the Vedas. One very significant aspect of sustainable development that we need to keep in mind is it is the middle ground between development and anti-development. There is this extreme side of anti-development, also Luddite, anti-industrial approach to environmentalism that is found in movements like Permaculture, where a book like One Straw Revolution by Fukuoka, it proposes no ploughing at all, no use of technology at all in agriculture. Fukuoka himself is an agricultural scientist with several different big projects within agricultural chemistry. After all his disillusionment with fertilizers and pesticides, as an agricultural scientist, he comes to his no ploughing, no technology solution. And you usually see parallels to this in approaches like in Buddhism and Jainism, where there is this extreme. So when you see Vedic approach of within Vedas, Veda Mantras, and other Indic texts and Hindu texts, the approach of Artha not being bad at all, Kama not being bad at all, but everything that needs to be within Dharma, that approach is very similar to sustainable development. When you contrast the contemporary, when you see the contrast between contemporary anti-industrial, anti-technology approaches, then you see the distinction of sustainable development. Sustainable development, and it is here that you have parallels within Indic cultures to anti-industrial, anti-technology movements, like in Buddhism and Jainism. And it is there that Hinduism and Vedic culture stands in distinction for its sustainable development approach. And that in Veda Mantras, you see both kinds of instructions for Artha Kama acquisition as being encouraged in the mantras. And at the same time, you have mantras with Mahimsihi, Mahimsihi statements. So that combination also is seen in some Rigveda mantras, and only that sustainable approach that was there in the Veda mantras is being just articulated in the Panchama Veda in Mahabharata. So wonderful. As always, Sri Meghji has come up with such a wonderful proposal, and he has exposed usual Eurocentric claims that it is they who actually, it is those European scientists who brought the crisis, and it is they who claim that they are the ones who are bringing sustainable development also. But actually, if they look at themselves, they would realize that they brought the crisis, but not the solution. Solution is within the traditional cultures of the world, pagan cultures, indigenous cultures, including Hinduism. But the beauty of Hinduism is that in other indigenous cultures and pagan cultures, the Shastric articulation, logical, argumentative articulation of these positions is not available. They are only expressed in the form of cultural practices, in the cultural beliefs of those communities. But the distinction of Hinduism and Vedic culture is that it developed a Shastra out of all this, and a Shastric articulation in competition to the contemporary scientific articulations of both pre-environmentalist and post-environmentalist scientific arguments we find in Hinduism and Vedic culture. So, Sri Meghji, you wanted to respond?
I have nothing else to add. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, so now we move on to the paper by Sri Arvind Ji on Ramayana, environmentalist aspects in Ramayana. Actually, ecology in Ramayana has been covered by many papers earlier, but this paper talks about how it has instructions for sustainable sustenance of environment and ecology. Sri Arvind Ji.
Sir, you are on mute, Arvind Ji.
Om Tat Sat, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Om Tat Sat. In the Valmiki Ramayana, when we get to 1/3 of the Ayodhya Kanda itself, Rama has already left for the forests with Sita and Lakshmana. And there, they must survive dangers in the wilderness and overcome them. But at the same time, through their immense virtue, they also cherish the forests as sacred ground with its natural beauty and as a means of human goodness. So this paper, whose first page you see on screen, tries to take the epitomes of natural living, simple living in terms of care for the environment that the characters of the epic exemplify. And this is in the context of some contemporary literature, of which I have just shown 2 book covers over here. The first one that you see on top is about urban ecosystems in India, and it does acknowledge peripherally some cultural aspects where traditional Indic approaches could help in, but it's peripheral. The second, of course, is a cover very familiar to all of us. And here too, the natural environment, the forests have slid to the background, and they are not always foregrounded in either televised portrayals of the epic or even in some more traditional discourses. So here, this paper attempts to mainstream and foreground both the cultural aspects of the epic, which can inspire better living today, as well as the forests in the Ramayana itself. So here, this is how the presentation will be organized. And this is the format for the slides from now on. In the concrete steel gray is the view from modernity and the current assessments of the ecological crisis. In the earthy brown are the source verses from the Ramayana themselves. And in the colors of India, of our nature and culture, we'll find the way forward. I'll be citing a few verses with the scheme of Kanda, Sarga, Shloka. Just a few examples which are particularly vivid. Sustainability, as we have seen, is a buzzword currently, but it's mostly subordinated to sustaining a level of consumption or a standard of living. And efforts towards sustainability have always been prompted by some catastrophe or crisis of ecological collapse. We heard Dr. Prasanna Kumarji talking of how it was a Bhopal crisis that really furthered environmental regulations in India. And all these, for addressing the current environmental crisis, the dominant view seems to be that whatever an Indic approach from epics can say lacks realism and is pre-enlightenment and is hence dismissed. However, if we go back to the epics, we see sustainability not prompted by a collapse or crisis, but emerging joyfully in an harmonious natural environment as a byproduct of reverence without being a forced addition to a lifestyle. So here, in this presentation, we will see how Ramayana uncannily seems to presage ideas which are called contemporary, like greening, sustainability, permaculture, ecoliteracy, and deep ecology. Those of us in Indian metros have heard about how our cities are graying in terms of becoming concrete jungles and lacking green cover. And even outside of the cities, there is much concern about how habitats are being fragmented and how many of our keystone species are not able to find suitable wildlife corridors. And always infrastructure development is being pitted against the green cover. In contrast, the Ayodhya of the Ramayana is studded with gardens. Lakshmana, to the hunter chief Guha, proudly describes his capital city saying, Aramodhyana Sampurnam Samajotsava Shalinim Sukhita Vicharishyanti Rajadhanim Piturmama. There are aramas as well as udyanas, suggesting that these are places for sitting and relaxing as well as moving around joyfully. And these are also sites of festivity. And this is being acknowledged by current ecosystem activists, saying that green cover in cities also serves cultural functions. And it's not just about cities. We also hear this account of Bharata traveling urgently from KKR to Koshala, finding a number of green spots where he can find rest. The very idea that of the Ashwamedha Yajna, when a free-ranging animal can traverse the entire landscape, suggests that corridors are present as a matter of course. One strikingly contemporary seeming instance we find in the portion where Bharata takes pretty much the whole of Ayodhya with him to visit Rama at Chitrakuta, is that when a grand road is laid from the city, there is also a tree plantation project that goes side by side. When it comes to sustainability, the modern view mostly articulates it in terms of consumption and how it should be regulated. When Kaikeyi in the Mahabharata, in the Ramayana, enjoins that Rama should go to the forest, it's not just the location and exile that she specifies, but also that he should adopt the lifestyle of a tapasa or a tapasvi. And a defining feature of tapas is bhoga sankocha, literally restraint in consumption. And the most ubiquitous image of it is that one who's living in tapas lives on fruits and roots, phala mula. And this is how Rama, Sita, Lakshmana are said to chiefly live on in the forest. However, it is chiefly and not exclusively. There is meat mentioned in terms of hunting and in ritual sacrifice, but here too it's always circumscribed under the ethic of bhoga sankocha or restraint in consumption. And it's very reminiscent of the present day slogans of eat what you can cook or eat what you can kill in the limit. So whenever such a principle is adhered to, as the protagonists in the epic do, there is automatically a restraint in consumption as a matter of course. Similarly, the strict ritual regulations of sacrifice also mean that there is a check on any kind of excess. There is a passing image, but strikingly resembling in the epic, but it's strikingly resembling a current notion called permaculture, which is a vision of agriculture where farmland does not compete with forest land and doesn't require aggressive clearing. It's permanent in the sense that it's not about just one sowing to harvesting cropping cycle, but survives as long as the neighboring forests also do. And in the vicinity of Agastya's ashrama, we see this verse, Nivaran Panasan Stalams, Timishan Vanchulan Dhavan, Chiribilvan Madhukamsha Bilvan Apicha Tindukan. So here, Nivaran, Panasan, and Talan, wild rice, jackfruit, and palm would be what we would consider food crops, and the rest are trees growing wild. And it's particularly interesting that a type of grain called Nivara, mentioned a lot in Indic corpus, is supposed to be a grain that grows wild with little need for cultivation. Definitely sounds interesting to current efforts towards agriculture that is lighter on the ecosystem. Eco-literacy may be a new term since the 2000s, and like computer literacy, it's not just about terminology, but about about functional competence. In terms of easy familiarity and terminology, Rama and Lakshmana are so profuse in the sheer number of trees they are able to name in the forests during their exile. And in terms of functional competence, there is this striking image where Lakshmana is able to erect a cottage at such short notice. However, the notion of eco-literacy now is more than just, say, being able to climb a tree or light a campfire. What if the tree is shedding leaves in the neighbor's compound wall? What if a seasonal festival comes up with a request to pluck flowers from it? And here is when it's not just knowledge of trees that is going to help, but also how to navigate human nature, the meeting with a committee, and and in resolving conflicts. And the traits for resolving demands from such disparate conflicting sources is something Rama is mentioned as having as early as the beginning of the Ayodhya Kanda. Shraishthyam Shastra Samuheshu Prapto Vyamishrakeshu cha Artha Dharmau cha Sangrihya Sukhatantro Nachalasa. So there's a mention of a Shastra Samuha, not just one discipline, but a variety of disciplines, which may be Vyamishraka, representing tensions like the ones between growth and ecology. And this needs to be resolved with due justice to both artha, prosperity, and dharma, righteousness. This seems like a verse worth framing and hanging in any place of policy influence. Finally, the ecology of the Ramayana is deep. Deep in the sense that it is not self-centered to the human species. The idea of the sacred has been extended to all beings. When Jatayu, during the first introduction to the Ramayana brothers, introduces himself, he speaks of the divine descent of all sentient beings. It's not just human beings, it's not an anthropocentric view, but one in which all beings share divine origins and are worthy of respect. Here is a verse from Mata Kaushalya's benedictory prayer before Rama leaves to the forest. Samitkusha pavitrani vedyaschayata cha sthandilani vichitrani shaila vriksha kshupa hrada patanga pannaga simha stvam rakshantu narottama. Tellingly here, from Samit Kusha all the way till Sthandilani, these are sacred spaces in a formal Vedic context, but seamlessly along with them we have Shaila, the mountains, Vriksha, Kshupa, trees big and small, lakes, birds of the air, serpents, lions, and it is the propitiousness of all these beings that Mata Kaushalya wishes upon Rama. This itself may evoke the benediction that we heard at the beginning of this conference. There are a few policy suggestions inspired by the deep ecology of the Ramayana. About restoring the status of Sthala Vrikshas and the general pilgrim complexes. We hope to hear a lot more from speakers centered on these topics later in the conference. One suggestion which can turn the aesthetic appreciation of the epic into re-enchantment of the environment and greater environmental care would be Ramayana Gardens. These can be spots where the trees mentioned in the Ramayana flourish, and this can be an ecological complement to the Ramayana circuit, which geographically traces the paths of Rama. To conclude on an uplifting note of how the trio Rama, Sita, and Lakshmana survive and cherish the forests, which shines the light on what virtues equip them to do so. Here is just one verse I'll recite in conclusion. Aneka nana mrigapakshi sankule vichitra patras tabakay drumayryute vanottame vyala mruganu nadite tada vichahnu susukham jitendriya. Om Tat Sat. that, I'll be glad to take any questions.
Nagaraj sir, you are on mute.
Okay, thank you very much, Arvindji. I think all the audience have also realized how the wonderful ideas of sustainable development are embedded in our epics like Ramayana. There is a question in the question and answer box, Q&A box. If we, this is by Nilai Gadia. If we look at all the ancient texts, it was prior to the discovery of fossil fuels and use of equations of science for developing technology to increase efficiency of process. So how these old texts work for present times, and our main motive was reducing poverty to zero, whereas that time the poverty was not considered as a problem. Nilai, are you Nilai? Okay, Nilai. Nilai ji, let me answer this question. This whole reducing poverty kind of arguments came up only recently in the policy arguments of various states, including nation states. The early Enlightenment period and early emergence of science and technology did not have reduction of poverty as their goal. That's one clarification that you need. This whole reduction of poverty kind of arguments have come up after selling the Enlightenment arguments. The approach of selling the Enlightenment arguments after the population explosion analysis and all that. Okay, that's one thing. Secondly, actually, after environmentalist awareness, environmentalism has come into vogue, the whole world has realized that the worldview behind science and technology, there is a worldview. First of all, you have to recognize, Nilaji, that science and technology is not as objective as it is projected to be. Okay, and technology particularly, which is responsible for the crisis that we are talking about. Actually, technology is invented, science is discovered. Technology which is invented, invention always comes from necessity, and necessities are envisioned according to a certain eschatology, a certain worldview. So, culturally governed, culturally controlled technology has come up. So the present science and technology are culturally controlled and culturally originated. There is a culture behind it, and that culture has been anti-nature, bringing nature under control, exploiting nature. All this is well recognized in the entire environmentalist literature, Nilaji. And it was at that stage that they began to realize that an alternative worldview is required. An alternative worldview has to control the future science and technology. And they started realizing that such worldviews existed in nature-friendly cultures all over the world. All pagan cultures, all indigenous cultures, including Vedic culture and the Indian folk cultures, have been nature-friendly. And you have such a nature-friendly cultures all over the world, not just in India. And people began to realize that they need to go back to those to collect the worldviews. It is for collecting the worldviews that govern the future development of science and technology. So here we are not saying that how an eco-friendly aircraft is already designed somewhere. No, we are not saying that. How to evolve an eco-friendly aircraft needs an eco-friendly worldview to be applied to a future design of aircraft. Okay, so there are no exaggerated claims here that okay, whatever technology you have, I already had, but there was an eco-friendly technology. No, the argument here is that you need, as Dr. Prasanna Kumarji was saying, the future development goals, future development policies need a new environmental ethic to be behind. That environmental ethic is what is available in what Sri Arvindji was showing in Ramayana, what Sri Meghji was showing in Mahabharata. It is that ethic that controls you. It is that ethic that brings a new environmentally friendly, nature friendly development and nature friendly science and technology in Ecology. We are not saying that these old texts already said whatever you have to say in future. No. Okay, thank you. Arvindji, please.
Yeah, the only thing I will add is that it's all the more remarkable that a lifestyle so compatible with current ecological concerns evolved even when there was not this dangling threat of ecological collapse. The situation described in the Ramayana is so idyllic, nature is plentiful and generous and not under a threat of collapse at all, and yet there is a lifestyle which is gentle on nature. It's not that it is a prodding of catastrophe that led to this. So it seems all the more remarkable that such a worldview emerged of its own accord from a place of abundance rather than threat.
Yeah. And there are a few more. Why India is suffering from all political and neighbors dharma. So this is not relevant for ecology, environmental studies. Timely interventions by both the presenters. It's time the Eurocentric narrative of sustainable development be challenged and an alternative be supplanted from the Indic tradition. Really, like the academic rigor of the papers, a need of the hour indeed. And there is another anonymous attendee. Thank you for the wonderful references. Other than the exiled Raghu duo, does Valmiki provide any insight on how the indigenous forest dwellers regarded their ecosystem?
One example we saw here already was how wild rice seems to grow coexisting with the vegetation in the hermitages. There's also an instance where Rama himself offers to rid Sutikshna's hermitage of the predators to make life more convenient for the hermitage dwellers. And Sutikshna refuses. So there is this, there are repeated instances where the sages in the forest, the hermits in the forest, take pains to ensure that their tread is light and that the forest is not turned into a city. Like even when Bharata brings the entire retinue from Ayodhya to Chitrakuta, he's so careful to leave the bulk of the army outside someplace so that the sylvan environments are not disrupted. So it's not just the protagonists in the epic, but everyone else from other royals and also the people in the hermitages who are so caring of the environment. Matanga says that he has cared for the environment, cared for the forest like his son, and that is his. That's the impetus for his curse on Bali, who's more rough on the environment. Just uproots trees for showing off his strength and seems to own the place. So the entire ethic in the epic is one of environmental care, and if whatever images are shown to be against this ethic are of characters who have departed long from the paths which the epic considers righteous. So yes, those are a few representative examples which I hope address the question.
Okay, thank you very much, Arvindji. Now, I think it is time we move on to the next session. We now move on to 1 minute. Srinivas Garu, can you just name?
Yes, sir.
Uh,
Miss Swati Goyal is.
Swati Goyalji's paper.
A very good morning. Namaste. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Namaste. Myself Swati Goyal, and thank you for such enlightening presentations and giving me a chance to present my research here. The paper which I'm presenting today is entitled Environmental Discourse and Consciousness in the Development of the Medieval Region of Braj, Embodying and Experiencing a Sacred Space. This paper is situated in the 16th-17th centuries. So this it brings in the discourses which existed in pre-colonial era, and how, as we have been discussing since morning, middle path, a sustainable path, how the development of the region brought some narratives. So beginning with the presentation, just a minute. Vrikshe Vrikshe Venudhari Patre Patre Chaturbhuj. Every tree is the embodiment of the flute bearer Krishna, and each leaf represents his Chaturbhuj form. The development of the region of Braj during the medieval period brought the region's natural environment in the dialogue with the Bhakti sects. We are talking about 15th, 16th centuries, and during that period of time, we see the emergence of this region called Braj. You must be acquainted with it. Mathura, Vrindavan, Gokul, the birthplace and the places where Krishna grew up. Braj region's natural environment was seen as an embodiment of the divine in this reconstruing of the region. Narayan Bhatt, a 16th century theologian of the Gaudiya sect, put forward the idea of Braj being the body of Krishna, and each and every tree, stone, river as an extension of his pastimes, thus placing the sacred's manifestation in the natural environment. The groves, plants, rivers, food, Raj, that is the Braj sand, all sacred hierophanies, as pointed out by Marcia Elade, made the natural environment of the region an experience of the divine. Braj's natural environment has also been seen as stimulator of varying emotions in the devotees as well as the poets. One of them being Udipana Vibhava, that is the mood enhancing scenery in the context of aesthetics. Braj poets speak at length about the bhavas, the emotions, about the natural landscape of Braj. The famous poet Raskan thus wants to embody Braj in every form, as he says, "Be I a man in my next life, then let me be that same Raskan and dwell in Braj with the cowherds of Gokul village. If I'm a beast, then what power do I have to alter my fate? Let me graze eternally among Nanda's cows. If I'm a bird, then let me make my abode in the boughs of a kadamba tree on Yamuna's bank." So in such a case, when the as Marcia Alade puts it, the sacred hierophanies, where the sacred becomes the embodiment of the natural becomes the embodiment of the sacred. In such a case, when in the 16th centuries these Vaishnav sampradayas are reconstruing Braj, how did they encounter? How did they solve this dichotomy of development? Bringing development to the region on one hand, and also on the other hand, preserving the natural environment. So this is the mainstay of my paper, yeah. Just a minute. The construction of the built environment in the forms of temples, ghats in the 16th century brought changes to this natural environment. This brings us to a point where there is a need to explore the development ensued by the Goswamis and see if it is in the harmony with the natural environment. How were these Goswamis able to deal with this dichotomy of establishing the temple on one hand and yet maintain the original idea of what Puranic Praja was? What do the sources point toward? So we will be discussing hagiographical literature, and also apart from that, I'll be looking into the imperial farmans and how even the Mughals are supporting the Goswamis in this sustainable development of Braj. We find a record of this consciousness and dichotomy of establishing settlements and cutting of the trees in contemporary accounts as well. Hariram Vyas, a poet writing during the 16th century in Vrindavan, writes that he feels very disheartened by watching the condition of natural environment of the sacred Braj. He says, "This is the true beginning of the Kali Yuga age." This is a translation of his verse, which is in Braj Bhasha. Ab sacho hi Kali Yuga aayo. This is the true beginning of the Kali Yuga age. The rains have declined as the sins have surpassed virtuous deeds. Mathura is dug up and Vrindavan is being deforested. Oh, revered ones, please look for a solution. Why has God kept me alive to witness this havoc? This is a loose translation of the verse done by me. So, this is how a 16th century poet is lamenting. He is witnessing these changes in the environment when ghats are being built, temples are being constructed, and how he is bringing this. Bringing this in his work. So this is very important, where we find evidence of such development, how development is bringing change to the natural environment. This dichotomy has been addressed to some extent by scholars like Sugatta Ray in his recent work Climate Change and the Art of Devotion. The author explores the connection between the divine body and the land of Braj with all its stones and dust. He argues that when the material associated with the land are used for artistic purposes or for the architectural construction, they become an extension of the natural environment. He argues that at mineralogically level, the sandstone with which Govind Dev temple at Vrindavan, which was reconstructed by Raja Man Singh in 1590s at Vrindavan, was made from the same Govardhana ridge. Thus, the architectural construction of Braj was in alignment with the natural environment. The natural environment then can be experienced even with the built environment of Braj. So, bringing the two together. This is the picture of, this is a sketch of Govind Dev temple before its renovation, which was undertook in the 19th century by the district collector, F.S. Grouse. This temple was endowed during 1590s, and I have given the source for the sketch. Now, when we are talking about the development of the region of Braj, the sects are in the middle of it. So, because they are the ones who are bringing in the patronage to this region through Mughals and mercantile devotees. So, to bring this development in harmony with the natural environment, the architectural construction of the temples of Braj came to incorporate bags, that is gardens, kundas, lakes attached to the temple premises. The architectural incorporation of bags to the temple structures in Braj is attested by the documents ordering against the cutting or selling of these gardens by the authorities. Krishan Das, a successor of Jiva Goswami, one of the Shad Goswamis, Jiva Goswami, 16th century Gaudiya Goswami, while transferring his property, which he has received from Jiva Goswami, mentions one garden and dwelling located at Radhakund as his property. Another such sale deed informs us about selling a garden and even some trees apart from the garden to one Gosain Govind ji for rupees 150. So you see that the testament, this has been quoted from a testamentary will of the Jiva Goswami in the, who is transferring his property to his successor, and gardens, kundas are being mentioned in that property. So with the temples, there are a plethora of documents informing us about how in the 16th century, 17th centuries, there are many sale deeds which inform us that gardens are being bought and they are sold by many Goswamis during this period. So they were considered as property, and they were preserved by the temple authorities. The Bhakti sects inhabiting Braj adopted a balanced approach towards the development of the region on one hand and maintaining the environment on the other. There is a very significant document in the form of a pledge wherein the headmen of the village of Radhakund are pledging not to cut any trees or even tree branches above Radhakund, and not to till any land near the retreats, the kunjas of the two particular Gosains. This can be certified by the fact that the gardens of Radhakund were even being bought by Govind Dev temple till late, as late as in the 18th century as well. And one such garden named as Bagh-e-Ghasi Ram comprised this much yard, was sold for 205 rupiah in favor of Gosain Jagannath, Adhikari of Govind Dev temple, Vrindavan. Such incidences also find mention in the regional sources as well. I'm quoting here from the Varta literature of the Pushti Marg. One Ali Khan Pathan, a headman of one village of Braj, punishes everyone who would want to even take a leaf from the trees of his village, and takes stringent actions to save the revered trees and environment of Braj. Haridasis, the famous Haridasi sect of Vrindavan, Braj, as we see the famous Banki Bihari temple belongs to this sect. Haridasi preserved the idea of boars and forests, as this sect established their deity in boar and did not make a large temple structures like their Pushti Margiya and Gaudiya counterparts, at least in the 16th, 17th centuries. Later on, today we see a temple, certainly. The primary and the only deity of the sect was established in Nidhivana, which is still located in Vrindavan, and was not moved to a temple till late 18th century. For the sects following Nikunj Parampara, the tradition of groves and boars, where the divine couple indulges in playful activities, it is the boar which is the true sacred space and temple structure, is thus just an addition but not central to this space. So certainly this dichotomy between the built environment in the form of temples, ghats, was addressed in such a sense that for certain sects, the idea of natural and the built environment were subsumed, right? So the hagiographies and the sectarian literature of Braj Bhasha archives are replete with loving devotion and protection awarded to the animals and birds of the region. We get to know about Swami Haridas, the head of the Haridasi sect, tending and nurturing animals, birds, and marine life alike, even giving prasada to the animals, thus treating the fauna of Braj as an extension of the divine. That the peacocks were revered in Braj Bhumi is also attested by the presence of Mor Kuttir in Barsana, a temple named House of Peacocks, where the peacocks are protected and even worshipped today. Fa-Hien, a Chinese Buddhist traveling during the 4th century, calls Mathura as Matulo, the peacock city, the birthplace of Krishna. These accounts, the relation of Braj goes to the highlighting of flora and fauna of Braj goes back to the ancient times, not only the medieval times, as this paper is centered around. This is very important because when the Goswamis are developing this region, they are seeking patronage and support from Mughals, Rajputs, and the mercantile devotees to the region. And we see that at that point of time, Mughal Empire heavily patronized this region. The Gobind, we all are aware that how Gobind Dev, the temple of Gobind Dev was, even there is an inscription eulogizing Akbar on the temple premises. So at the temple premises, Mughal Empire heavily patronized this region and the sects inhabiting the region. Many famous temples received patronage in the form of revenue grants through the issuance of farmans and parvanas. The concern was not limited to the built environment of Braj as they are patronizing it, but we find many orders addressing the natural environment in the imperial archives. So we see that how Mughals imperial orders are banning the killing of peacocks and cows and granting grazing rights to the cows in the vicinity of their favored hunting grounds, reflected favored hunting grounds. Mathura, even in Jahangir Nama, we see that how Mathura and this area was favored hunting grounds for Mughals. But despite of that fact, we see that how strategically located this region was between the imperial capitals of Delhi and Agra. And because of the strategic importance of the sacred space, we see that a ban on peacock, killing of the peacocks and cows and grazing rights were being given to the sects of Braj. This can also be seen as extending respect to the sacred beliefs of the inhabitants of this region. The farmans are in accordance with the preservation of nature embedded in the working of the sects present in Braj during the medieval period. I'm quoting from this farman. At this time, we have ordered that the cows of indisputable prayer offerer Vitthal Rai, that is the Pushti Marg, the leader of the Pushti Marg. Am I running out of time?
Satiji, hope you are approaching your conclusion.
Okay, yeah. After this slide. This is conclusion. Wherever they are should be allowed to graze. In Khalsa or Jagir lands, no one should injure or obstruct them in the least. They should not be prevented from grazing. His cows should be allowed to graze. The above named Vitthal Rai may reside in Gokul with an ease of heart. So look how the farmans are also in consonance with this preservation of nature of Braj. So thus I conclude that a kind of a nexus existed between the Mughal imperial empire and also the Goswamis in bringing development to this region. And in this development, they are seeking a middle path between the development and preserving the natural environment. The paper has thus demonstrated well that the dichotomies between development and conservation have existed even in the pre-colonial past, as they were seen during the colonial times and even now. The Goswamis were incorporating the natural into the built environment of Braj in the development of the region during this medieval period. The Mughal Empire and their Rajput courtiers were patronizing the built environment in the form of temples, ghats. However, they were also extending their protection to the natural. Hence, the study of the region brings forth the viable ways in which a balanced approach to the development can be affected. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Swatiji. Like in your earlier paper in another conference, you are so assuring to all of us that your papers are so rigorous, well documented, well substantiated, highly nuanced and critical in their analysis. Wonderful paper. Such approach is required today, particularly the historical approach that you have taken up. And you are so contemporary in your historical analysis that you go to the documents that were earlier not considered, like sale deeds and other documents. Gradually, historical research is going into minor and minor, more micro and micro documents
Yes.
that you have taken up in your research, and you have well substantiated, and you have access to all such variegated documentation of the 16th and 17th century history. This is really wonderful. We look forward to more such papers from you being youngsters. Gives us a great assurance. There is a question, but not to you. This question is not addressed to your paper. This probably, if Dr. Prasanna Kumarji is available, he might be able to answer this question. Kannanji is saying, we are organic farmers from Tamil Nadu. Why do we still allow to sell chemical fertilizers and pesticides even after knowing Bhopal leak in 1984?
Yes, I am there. That's a typical question which comes up many times in case of many of the intruders into environment, including the plastics. When you know plastics are bad, why are you having plastics? When you know inorganics are bad, why are you having inorganics in the fertilizers and pesticides? Yes. What happens is there is a regime, and for that regime to be replaced by some other regime, it takes a process. So that process slowly starts building pressure on the regime. Over a period of time, the earlier regime will be pushed out. So that's how it happens in terms of the science and technology also. We can call it as paradigm shift or whatever you want to call. So there is an infrastructure of fertilizer industry. There is a network of suppliers and processors and users, and those people who take it to the user. So this network is dependent on some method of handling it. And the new technology is not as readily available or as universally available across. The new technology is equally not very scientifically proven to be effective in place of the old technology. So the regime of presenting a technology's worth is to be created for the new technology also. So that regime will continuously go by falsification, collaboration methodology and show that, okay, this is better than that. There are evidences of some being better than the other, and there are also evidences of that better which is thought as better is not actually as better as it is thought out to be. So there's a continuous rigorous struggle. And then, of course, the scientists and technologists are also groups. They are hordes. They work in as a group. So when they work in a group, they will follow the group ethic. They will have to publish in this methodology called peer reviewed. So your peer reviewer has to agree to what you are saying. So your philosophy and your peer reviewer's philosophy also have to be same, unless in the times of revolutionary science, as Thomas Kuhn talks of. So generally the publication regime, the international journals, the theorists, the industry, they're all together. So you are breaking through one citadel after the other, one group after the other, breaking in. So it's a difficult, tough struggle. But well, over a period of time, we'll get over that also. We'll be able to handle a situation where we are confident of the new technology, organic fertilizer, organic pesticide, or non-pesticide farming, non-fertilizer based farming, natural farming, or various other zero budget farming come in, and they replace the older methods. So for any technology to come in, it struggles. when it is going out also, it makes us to struggle. So that the next technology which replaces the earlier technology is rigorous enough to stay there for longer period. So that's how it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prasanna Kumar Garu. This is the dilemma that all policy makers are facing from one period to the other, that Prasanna Kumar ji has very well articulated that dilemma and the struggles. So Kananji, I think you are satisfied with that answer. And now we move on to the next paper by MC Vijayanti ji, Sacred Landscape, Celebration of Water, the Tale of Melkote's Tirthas. Melkote, where Melkote is located, everything MC Vijayanti ji will explain to you.
Namaste ji.
Namaste.
Namaste, ma'am.
Namaste. Able to see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank everyone at INDICA, Nagaraji, and all of you for this encouragement and allowing me to be part of this. I come here mainly as a devotee to look at Melkote and also take up the argument of how being a devotee or being someone who is an aspirant for moksha, that is not antithetic to the ecological understanding or reverence that the tirthas that bring about and the celebrations that bring about it. If everything is Vishnumayam, how can the aspiration to moksha negate that understanding? That is my humble presentation here. I'll begin now. Thank you. Yo nityam macchuda padambuja yukma rukma vyamo hatastadidharani trinaya mene asmad guror bhagavadosya dayeka sindho ramanujasya sharanam prabhatye. Sri Rangamangalamanим Karunanivasam Sri Venkatadri Shikaralaya Kalamegham Sri Bhaktisaila Karojvala Parijatam Srisham Namami Sirasa Yadushaila Deepam. It is a rocky terrain and spread through it are several water bodies, both natural and man-made. The temple town of Melkote in Mandya district is 50 kilometers from Mysore, and it is one of the 4 important Vaishnava pilgrimage centers and also one of the most important pilgrimage centers in Karnataka. Central to the town are the shrines of Tirunarayana, the Chelvanarayana that you can see in this picture, and also the shrine of the Yoga Narasimha Swami on the hills that is overlooking the town. Melkote forms part of, as I said, the important this thing, and the history of Melkote sort of begins from the understanding that we have now is from the times of the movement of Swami Ramanuja from the Tamil Desam to the Karnataka. And the records also begin from around 12th century from the time of Hoysala king Vishnuvardhana, who had patronized Swami Ramanuja and also the Melkote temple town. As it is rightly observed, and I quote, that this place owes everything to Sri Ramanuja. The devotion of the people of Melkote to him, even after 35 generations, should be seen to be believed. It was his discovery of the deity Tirunarayana, the construction of the temple, restoration of the Utsavamurti Selva Pillai that made Melkote what it was and is. Special mention should also be made about his association with Kalyani Pushkarani, since we are talking about Tirthas. I think I jumped some. Water as an essential utility as well as a sacred tirtha, both associations can be found in Swami Ramanuja's sojourn in the region. From the creation of Tonur or the Tondanur lake, it is said that it was on his advice that Vishnuvardhana built the lake utilizing the water that flowed through the gap between two hills and named it Tirumala Sagara. The outflow channel from the lake is called Ramanuja Gange in his memory. When the lake is full, it can sustain agriculture for up to 2 years. He is believed to have spent 12 years of his life at Melkote, and Tonur episode is significant to note that Yati had created a water body tapping into the natural sources that were available, creating a storage that would cater to locals lasting for over 900 years. Coming to the aspect of Tirthas, and Vishnu as a deity is closely associated with the cosmic waters, and many water bodies across the country are dedicated to him, from our Rani Ki Vav in Gujarat to the Tiruvallare tank we see in Tamil Nadu. It is therefore impossible not to connect the deity, the rituals with numerous water bodies in Melkote. The inseparable thread of sacred, aesthetic and utilitarian that very well connected, the interconnectedness ensured the preservation. It is said that there are 108 water bodies in a small town of Melkote, though the total count in modern times is placed at 29 to 30. The water bodies have been explored by many conservationists as a model of rainwater harvesting and conservation. The organized water channels, the filters and architecture make an interesting case study. First, we look at how the sacred tirthas came about. We do not have a clear record of when they were physically created, as there are epigraphic records only of the restoration works that patrons took care of. But the important tirthas have legendary origins that can be seen in the Puranas and the Samhitas. Ishvara Samhita contains 300 verses of Yadavadala Mahatmya. Naradiya Purana, Matsya Purana and the Padma Purana celebrate the sacred tirthas and highlight their importance. Though historically we trace the temple, as I said earlier, from the inscriptions in 12th century and the arrival of Swami Ramanuja, the kshetras that find mention from the various earlier yugas, it was called Narayanadri in Krita Yuga, Vedadri in Treta Yuga, Yadavadri in Dwapara Yuga and Yatishaila in Kali Yuga. This is the Kalyani Tirtha. About some of the tirthas I will mention, though I cannot go through all of them. Sage Sanata Kumara was advised by his father Lord Brahma to worship Narayana at a sacred place, Bhuvaikunta, that is the Melkota, where there are numerous holy water reservoirs and holy spots on the chief mountain. These spots are never polluted even during the Kali Yuga. The most important tirtha that we had mentioned at the beginning, the Kalyani Tirtha, named aptly to denote auspiciousness, is considered the essence of all the tirthas. Tirthas in Yadavagiri represent the 8 holy syllables of the Ashtakshara Mantram, that is the Ashtatirtha we'll be talking about in a little while, and Kalyani is their essence. There are 5 wells in the Kalyani Tirtha that represent the 5 koshas, the 5 Shris, the Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, and the Anandamaya. And one of the 5 wells is associated with Lord Varaha, which is considered to be perennial even when the waters dry up in the other 4 wells. And during Varaha Avatara, some drops of ocean's water from his holy body fell on the hill of Melkote, from which the Kalyani Tirtha emerged. So the Kalyani Tirtha is celebrated in various ways. It is called milky white waters of Kalyani Tirtha, and it turns milky white when Ganga visits her once a year. And it is also celebrated in the folk ballads like the Varanandi Cheluvaiya Kalyana, the marriage ballad, which talks about how opposite the milk-like Kalyani takes place the marriage of Cheluvaiya and Varanandi. Bathing in Kalyani, Maga and Makara is considered effective and wish-fulfilling. It was on the banks of Kalyani that Swami Ramanuja found the Thiruman, the white clay or the Shvetamritika, and also that search which led him to the discovery of the Vigraha of Tirunarayana. A dip in Kalyani adorning the Thiruman and a prayer to Tirunarayana gives one all that is desired in this life and liberation, says Matsya Purana. Among the Tirthas that form part of Ashtatirtha, the Veda Pushkarani, where Lord Dattatreya revealed the truth of 4 Vedas to his students and took sannyasa. And Dhanushkoti is connected with the Ramavatara, Yadavatirtha is connected to the Krishnavatara, and Darbhatirtha says Chandalya and Dattatreya, and the Ashtatirtha goes up to the Narayana Tirtha, and in the Ashtatirtha festival, it comes and ends at the Vaikunta Ganga. It is situated in the northern end of the town, and water from Trivikrama's feet when Brahma washed it during the Avatara had flowed to this spot on earth and with the name of Vaikunta Ganga. It is also called Tottil Madu because of the shape that resembles cradle in one place. Almost every important festival at Melkote Utsava, Selva Pillai, the Utsava Murti, would visit Kalyani Pushkarani, and it is also conducted in the presence of Swami Ramanuja's Murti. The Ashtatirthas, as mentioned in the earlier, it is the representation of the Ashtakshara, and it forms part of the Shuprapata Shloka of Tirunarayana, which is recited every morning. Reference found from the time of King Raja Odayar of Mysore, that is in the 16th century, for the celebration of Ashtatirthotsava, his offer of Rajamudi and order for celebration of the Ashtatirthotsava. The 10-day Rajamudi Utsava is conducted in the month of Kartika, and the Ashtatirthotsava is a day-long festival forming part of it, which falls on the 14th day of the Kartika Shukla Paksha. The festival begins early morning with the procession of Selva Pillai to the Kalyani Pushkarani. And Selva Pillai returns to the temple thereafter, and the procession continues. The procession of the Sri Chatari continues after the ceremonial dip in the Kalyani Pushkarani to the other Tirthas. By sunset, the Sri Chatari would reach the Vaikunta Ganga. And I would like to quote here from a visiting artist's observation, Melkote through ages. The festivals and rituals in and around temples are still performed, and they do still add a meaning to certain experiences if beholder is open to comprehend them. Water, festival, and the association with fertility. Ladies desirous of progeny would follow the procession with coconuts and fruits in their udi or the muddy, the lap, and bathe in every tank as soon as Sri Chatari is dipped. At Kalyani, they would change into the Kalyani clothes, and after the final Vaikunta Ganga dip, they would change once again. And after that, they would go to pray at Chelvanarayana Swami temple, and they would be offered prasada. It is believed firmly that women who perform this are blessed with children. Writing on the Ashtatirthotsava, historian Vasundhara Filiazot says, this is a sight to be seen and remains evergreen in memory. Through the procession, Taittiriya Aranyaka is chanted. From the ancient to the medieval to the present, probably the natural connection between the sacred, divine, utilitarian food, prayer, birth, nourishment, and sustenance is all done probably without articulating it as the ecological or the environmental this thing. I have added some. And to go to the topography a little bit, topographically, the Melkote is located on a hillock and a flat stretch at the top of the hillock, which provides enough area for habitation. Lack of permanent source of water necessitated the inhabitants to come up with unique rainwater harvesting practices. With the support of kings and chieftains, the residents built multiple temple tanks at various strategic locations to collect every drop of rainwater that falls on the hill slopes. The temple-owned lands maintained the water sources and remained central to the economy of the town. It was not only supporting agriculture and other marginal activities that were crucial for the temple, the daily pujas, prasadas, and festivals. In that way, it was a producer as well as a consumer. The inscriptions related to the tank show how the temple took care of water resources held by rich endowments. There are two inscriptions that refer to the restoration of 3 breached irrigation tanks, and other one about the lands that were brought under cultivation. And to talk about the Vijayanagara Era Reservoirs, I would like to make a mention of how the reservoirs were clearly meant to evoke and to look like temples, monuments, and the sacred places as much as the other productive facilities. The aesthetics and water structures have had a very long connection, and the most fascinating study begins way back perhaps from the times of Shaka ruler Rudradaman. He was repairing a tank that already existed, and it was previously inscribed by Ashoka, the Girnar rock edict. The repairs on the Sudarshana lake is mentioned in Rudradaman's inscription, and I would like to quote the last line from his inscription. Made even more beautiful to look at, which emphasizes not only on its size, utility, strength, but also the beauty of it taken care of while renovating, restoring the water body. The care to create a life-giving, sustaining element like water in a dharmic way, and at the same time celebrate it, beautify it, has continued for centuries. It is in that tradition we find the Tirthas of Melkote, aesthetics, utility, sanctity, celebration through festivals. There isn't a stated ecological case, but living, aligning, tapping and appreciating nature, the seamless, sacred and environmental underpinning of town, tanks and temples at Melkote. Before I go to the concluding part, here I would like to show the twin ponds of the Akka Tangiya Kole. The Akka tank, which is not in use because it has saline water, and the Tangiya Kola, which is in use where the Abhisheka waters are drawn. And it is looked at as the Ashuri and the Daivi Shakti, one which is blessed and the other which is not blessed. And the way of looking at it in the philosophical system. It is here I would like to also talk about how the temple tanks or the water bodies in Melkote are like classified as sets of 3 in terms of looking at it as the representation of the Sattva, Rajo, Tamo gunas. And finally, the concluding observations. How the ecological belief is embedded in the seva of creating and sustaining water bodies. Much has been made of the moksha versus dharma dialogue or a debate, and the idea of moksha, aspiration towards liberation, as being seen as a negating to dharma or being ethical. Isn't creation of water bodies and sustaining them a good act, satkarya? Whatever offerings or gift is made, whatever austerities practice, Bhagavan Sri Krishna says it has to be done with Shraddha in the last verse of the chapter 17. I look at the creation of water bodies or how it is utilizing as a pilgrimage uses it as a representation of that Satkarya. So not going against the ethical or the dharmic principles in whichever way you look at it. The Mysore ruler Mummudi Krishnaraja Udayar in his Sri Tattva Nidhi, as a devotee and as someone coming from the devotees and the family of the Mysore Maharajas, offers eulogies to the deity in the stotras and also adds the 8 names of the Ashatita. He is not only a devotee who is praising the deity, but he is also the ruler whose family have for generation endowed for the upkeep of the water bodies, have endowed a Rajamudi Utsava in which the Ashatita festival forms a part. There is no otherness in the approach which would lead to neglect of the Tirthas here. The 4 Purusharthas cannot be picked up selectively to say the emphasis on otherness would lead to neglect of the world or the environment. The water bodies in Melkote have taken care of Artha and Kama in nourishing life and forming and weaving, and also has shown the way for Dharma and Moksha. A dip in the sacred waters is not just a dharmic duty of a pilgrimage that would earn him punya, but can also lead to moksha. Patricia Mum partially accepts that Ramanuja Siddhanta can be seen as having ecological ethic in underpinning the role of Vishnu, and Vishnu as preserver of Dharma. To quote from the Sri Lakshmi Tantra, which she herself shows an example. Here is Sri Vishnu's divine consort. says that the reason one should obey Vedic law is in order not to disrupt dharma, to protect the family, to maintain the world and support order, and to please me and Vishnu, the god of gods and the wielder of the discus. But she poses a question as to why should a mumukshu who desires a release from this world care about the environmental ethics? Without going much further onto her exposition, I would like to only say as a practitioner, a prapanna is expected to not do anything that would displease Vishnu. A prapanna still has to carry on with the nitya karmas and nityanushtanas. We cannot forget that not everyone is also desirous and not everyone is a mumukshu. Neerin Ramayadu Ulaganin Yaryarkum, Vanindri Amayadu Ulhu, says Thiruvalluvar. There can be no life without water, there can be no dharma, the good conduct or ethics without rains. That water sustains dharma and that a dharmika takes care of maintaining that ecological basis. Melikote example shows that the practice and philosophy were all aligned in preservation. Only part that is lagged behind in modern times is patronage and that understanding. In understanding the story of Melkote, every devotee who attends a Vairamudi or a Rajamudi Utsava can become an environmentally aware pilgrim. That's my humble submission. Thank you.
Namaste, Vijayanagara. That was really wonderful. Everyone who knows Hinduism knows that Tirtha is a very highly central concept to the Hindu culture, and Tirtha Yatra, pilgrimage, tourism, everything. And actually, there are Tatakodhara Vratas in Puranas, where Tatakodhara, renovation of a tank, is a vrata. Among the panelists, Jagrati ji was suggesting that just not revering these tirthas, renovation also has to be a very important idea. And it is really, truly, Tatakodhara has been mentioned as a Satkarya in your language. You were mentioning Satkarya, and Satkarya as part of Dharma. And the crucial part of your paper was how you were able to connect this argument with the whole moksha versus Dharma debate and argument. And you were showing the other side of the argument also, and you were doing Purva Paksha of that, and you were showing how actually a moksha seeker need not be opposed to such Dharma Karya and Satkarya. In fact, this Satkarya of Tatakodhara or Tataka construction, all this, how it is important. Your paper has such nuanced, detailed analysis of how actually it was connected to the temple rituals, how it was connected to daily rituals, nitya karmas, and all such beautiful analysis. Actually, this makes the audience of this conference tempted to go to Melkote. And your visuals also were so attractive. You were actually almost taking us to Melkote through your
Thank you so much.
And your argumentation, your debate inside the paper was also highly relevant, and it has to be taken further. Thank you very much for this wonderful paper, Vijayanagara. Now we have two more papers of the session. We have Yogindra Ranganathan and Swarnalata. Yogindra Ranganathan's paper, the next paper, is going to be on Prakriti and Sanatana Dharma and analysis. Yogindra.
Apadamoliparyantam gurunam akritim smare tena vignaha pranashyanti siddhyanti ca manoratah. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Yogindra, and I'll be presenting Prakriti and Sanatana Dharma. This is my model all the time, it's just like our acharyas. First, finding the problems and then tracing them back in our Shastras and upside from bottom up or top down, where then I can analyze what solutions our Shastras give or misconceptions that have spread about our Shastras. Dasa Sahitya is always where I look up to answers when I hit a roadblock. And in the middle tier is always changeable. Here I've chosen Niti and Vrata because one side of Vaidika Dharma teaches the concepts and the other side the rituals. So what we preach and what we practice should also be in sync. Now, in Niti, we can find the values and morals that are taught to us, and in Vratas, what we actually implement. Now, I will start with Niti Shastra and then slowly traverse down along Dasa Sahitya, Vrata, and Yaga to see, to get a complete picture of our Dharma. Starting with, so first we have to ascertain that we have Prakriti in our morals, and then the importance of Prakriti. In the Niti Shastra shown in the slide, Dashakupa samavapi, Dashavapi samohradaha, Dashahradas samah putra, Dashaputra samodrumaha. As you can see, one tree is considered as important as 10 children, 10 sons. That's a very bold statement to make. Now, as important trees are, I'm more interested in why our Shastrakaras have given so much significance to it. Chaya manyasya kurvanti tishtanti swayamatape phalanapi pararthaya vrikshaha satpurusha iva. So pararthaya, beings that live for the sake of others are very noble and they are considered as purusha in our dharma. Now, this is very noble, but what do we learn from them and how important they are in our lives? Yo dehamatpayati chanya sukasya hetoho tasmai vadanya gurave tarave namostute. We have given the trees the sthana of Guru Sthana, where we learn the qualities of paropakara bhavana and self-sacrifice for the betterment of the society. Now, this still forms only the values of the society. Now, we have to prove that this is very much ingrained in our Shastras, in our Dharma, in our sadhana as well, which we can ascertain from the Dasa Sahitya. Dasa Sahityas are the Vedanta Tattvajnana spreading songs, which also talk about Prakriti. And with this Dasa Sahitya, I like to prove the importance of Prakriti that is given in sadhana. It is a Dasa Kriti written by Sri Jagannatha Dasaru. Narahariya ninna namasmarane madade, Narahariya ninna namasmarane madade, Narakadali guriyadeno hariye, Sri Ramana tava charana, Durukuvudu hyanginu, Paramapa pishtana. Here the Dasa is telling that I'm not able to reach the feet of Hari, having lived performing bad karma or not performing, not living the right way. So if you look at one of the instances he gives, Kere bhavi deva layava kedisi divya hiridada mane kattide. Nere naduve margadali aravattigegalanu tharataradi bichi tegede parama sambhramadinda araliya mara kadisi korisi bagila madide paramandirava mugisi harusha chitrava barisi paripariya saukhya suride merede Sri Ramana tava charana dorukuvudu hyanginu parama papishtana. So as we can see, the Dasa has shown how significant it is to preserve Kere, Bhavi, Devalaya, and Aragalu, which are trees, to attain Sri Hari's feet. So those who destroy or eliminate these things that are beneficial for the mankind and the society. And if we also notice the man-made things such as Aravattigagalu. Aravattigagalu are water like Chalivendram, what we find on the roads in our cities. Similar to Chayavendram, these water containers were built on the roads for the sake of travelers in summers. And here the Dasa shows how it is important, as much as you do Saligrama Puja, Hariya, Ekadasi Vrata, and other Vaishnava Sampradaya Vratas, it is equally important to preserve the nature as well. So without the nature, we cannot reach the feet of Sri Hari. Now that formed the conceptual part. Now, what do we actually practice? I want to take a vrata as an example, which is Naga Chavati and Naga Panchami and Garda Panchami. Nagas and Garudas are brothers, Garuda are brothers, as we all know. And I want to look at this vrata in a detailed way and analyze it, and how this actually affects our ecosystem. Now, there are certain misconceptions which are not completely groundless, that the vratas are regressive, they are full of superstition, and especially when it comes to Naga Panchami, snakes are tortured and eventually left to die. As I said, these are not completely groundless, because in some parts of India, snakes are caught alive, then their teeth are removed, they are starved for weeks, so they drink milk, otherwise which they do not. So, and I've read somewhere that the snake usually dies within a couple of weeks because it cannot hunt anymore. Now, I've referred to many puja paddhatis because within my own family, some young people started asking the relevance of this vrata. And I've presented here some of the paddhatis that I came across. In Skanda Purana, Parameshwara himself reveals the
Yogindra,
Sir?
is this blue border, some line which is covering some of the text? Is it part of your design, or is it coming because of some kind of glitch in handling your slides?
Okay.
There is a blue line that is covering part of the text.
Okay, sir. I will
border.
Yeah, for the above line, can you please click on more?
Here, sir.
Yeah. Then you can able to see hide floating controls like that.
Hide. I think it comes with right click.
Okay, sir.
No, sir. With left click only in the above bar.
Here?
Yeah. In this bar, since we are unable to see what it is showing. So there, can you please see for more or 3 dots like that?
Yes, sir. I saw it.
Now,
hide video.
Yes, hide video floating something.
Okay, hide video panel. I just.
Yes. Yeah. Now you can share.
Yeah. Okay, now we are able to see your text.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So in Skanda Purana, Parameshwara himself reveals the puja paddhati, Naga Puja, and its relevance to Uma Devi. And this I found in Rama Rao's Naga Puja Paddhati book. And I've referred to some other Puja Paddhati books where they have quoted shlokas from Nirnaya from other Puranas. For example, in Nirnaya Sindhu of Mahamapodhyaya Kamalakara Bhattas, it says how important this Naga Puja is. And it removes the fears of the snake, fear of the snakes. And in Varaha Purana, there is one more reference, but this is performed on a different day of Margashira Shukla Panchami. The usually more popular one that is practiced is on the Shravana Shukla Chaturthi and Shravana Shukla Panchami. But in Varaha Purana, it marks as Marga Shukla Panchami, where Sankarshana himself accepts the puja. Now, this I wanted to give these references because I wanted to say that this is not some kind of new tradition that cropped up, which is usually disassociated with our Vedic traditions and somehow say that this is indigenous or pre-Aryan or something like that, but they are very much part of our dharma. Now, what I found is no paddhati sanctions worshipping of live snakes, much less abusing them, and the abhishekam is always done to the pratimas, Naga Pratima or Mangalagauri Pratima. Mangalagauri is a vrata again performed by women, especially in Karnataka. I'm not sure about the rest of the country. And to this Pratima, then Abhishekam is done. And one more thing I want to point out, apart from the regular puja, which you all know, is women are advised not to do chores and other works that may hurt their hands. Now, this is marked a lot. Even my cousins once asked that, what is the relevance of this step? I have to accept this sometimes because when we don't give them the answers, obviously people will question, and this right is given in our dharma, unlike the Abrahamic religions where they just impose certain rules. So I did some more digging. This is the Mangala Gauri, if people have not seen it before. To this, the Abhishekam is usually performed. People know why women were not advised if we also look at Naga Panchami. Now on Naga Panchami, apart from the usual puja, women are asked to go to the anthills, do puja there to Nagaraja, to the anthill itself, not to the snake, and then place all the naivedyam there, bring soil back from there, and then give that soil to the brothers. This is celebrated as a festival of siblings, where the sisters go, bring the soil, and give it to brothers along with prasadam, hoping for their long life. And as a gratitude, they give them gifts, just like Rakhi. Now, this soil that they bring is applied to stomach and ears. This step is usually missed and it is not performed anymore because there are no anthills and women don't go. And now if you connect the previous sanction that was said that women were not supposed to do any chores, it is because when you cut your, if you cut your hands when you're working and you have these open wounds, there is a possibility that traces of poison that are left in the soil will enter your bloodstream and it could be fatal. So it is not just a superstition, but they were well aware of the risks of poison entering the bloodstream, so they advised the women not to do it. This is another important step I wanted to say. This is performed by all people who celebrate Naga Panchami. Two Nagas, one big one and a small little snake, is drawn outside the doors, as stated in Bhavishyottara Purana with the Gomaya, and puja is performed to these snakes and not the live snakes on Panchami as well. Now, why I'm telling this is because of the Vrata Kate, which is very important. There is a Dasapada that describes how Naga Puja is performed. Like I said, we can find the references in the Shastras, and then we can trace them also in the Dasa Sahitya. And here, the sister saves the life of a brother who goes to bring the Ketaki flower, which is the favorite of Nagaraja. I want to skip to the next story, which is more relevant for our topic today, where a young woman actually, she doesn't have any brothers and she loses her parents. At her in-laws, she's having a very bad life. They're ill-treating her, so fed up with it, feeling very lonely and depressed, she wishes to end her life by putting her hand in the anthill. Nagaraja comes there, talks to her, and takes her to the Nagaloka, telling that he will be his brother from now on, and that she doesn't have to feel lonely anymore. He throws her a party, the feast, and then he listens to all her troubles and advises her and so on. By the time she realizes that it's very late and that she has to go back to the human world, she rushes back. And in hurry, she knocks an oil lamp, and the burning hot oil falls on the babies, the little babies of Nagaraja that's sleeping below the lamppost. After a while, when the babies grow up and become children, they ask their father, the Nagaraja, that why do they have these burn marks on their body? And then the Nagaraja tells them, your aunt was here and she was leaving in a hurry, so she spilled some oil. Enraged, they will tell that they will seek revenge, to which Nagaraja says, no, she's my beloved sister. We have to protect her. She has no one else in the world. And they wanted to confirm that she likes the Nagaraja and she really respects him. So they asked their father if they could visit her, and asks him, how do we find her? And he says, whoever has these paintings on the doors, that is my sister, and you should treat her well. So those little snakes, they come to find their aunt. And they also notice the tiny snake that has been drawn alongside the Nagaraja, and overjoyed that the aunt also remembers those children. They give her lots of precious stones, jewels, etc. at the doorstep, so their aunt may never face any hardships anymore. Now, as this katha, one might think that this is just an emotional story, where they're just asking to wish well for the snakes, but in written it's you're expecting some kind of favors. Some people hope for children, mothers pray for better life of their children, and sisters for brothers. It's not as materialistic as it looks. And also one might question, what is the impact on the ecosystem by performing this vrata? Now, this Vrata, as I said, is performed in Shravana Masa, which is Varsha Rutu. In Varsha Rutu, even sannyasis don't wander around because there is a lot of life happening and they don't want to hurt any small creatures that come out for the rain. Now, Nagaraja, who goes into hibernation, he comes out because he loves rains. And the Sarpas who come to play and they are hungry, they want to eat. The Naivedyam that is prepared by the women and placed near these antholes attracts all the rodents from the fields, which is the prey for the serpents. So the serpents feed on these prey and they don't have to enter the farms, thereby reducing the human-snake conflict. And so the farmers are safe, the rodents can be eliminated, and the snakes are safe as well. So it's a win-win-win. Now, still a question arises: if you do it once a year, does it have any impact at all? This is performed as a festival once a year, but what I have learned is that people who have Nagadoshas and people whose Ishtadevas. So
there is a comment in the question and answer box that your voice is feeble. I think your movement towards the laptop and backwards, probably that is making the voice feeble at times. So probably you should keep close to your mic in the laptop continuously throughout your presentation.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So this vrata is performed also by people who have sapadoshas or those who is Nagaraja on a very regular basis. People are visiting these anthols and placing the food, or they did in the past. So there was no gap in between. So the snakes had the food all the time, and the conflict was very much reduced. Now, this vrata, as I told, can still be argued that does it have any Vedic roots, even if we provide references in Puranas and so on. I want to bring another Aslesha Bali Yagna, which is performed on Subramanya Shasti especially, and all around the year in the temples, Naga temples. As you can see, this is how the Yagna looks. I will try to zoom in. If you can see the darbi that is placed on these boxes on which we do the Pindak Pradhana to the sarpas that were given as Bali in Sarpa Yaga performed by Janmejaya. You know the story, and so many snakes, so many jatis of snakes, at least 9 jatis of snakes have been completely wiped off because of that Sarpa Yaga, just to kill Takshaka. The reason I chose to point out this yagna is that we perform this yagna as an atonement, and also by people who have by mistake destroyed an anthill or harmed snake and so on. So harming snakes or destroying their anthills is considered a sin according to our dharma. But when we put all these things together, what we preach, what we practice, and everything all said and done, there is no perfect harmony. Conflict is inevitable. The reason why I chose that story is exactly for the same purpose, because the aunt, even by mistake, spilled the oil and hurt those snakes. So it is how we resolve the conflict is what I think we should learn really from the dharma. Now, Janmejaya chose revenge just to kill Takshaka. He chose to sacrifice so many snakes. And on the other hand, those baby snakes not only chose to forgive their aunt, but showered more love. And this to resolve these conflict, I think we need a lot of knowledge from science, from the Shastras, based on Deshakala Paristiti. But I think the fundamentals, as we've seen in Niti, should always be about Paropakara and Loka Kalyana. At least we start from the Runa Vimochana. What we get from the nature, we have to give it back and we have to preserve it because we are dependent on it as a Runa. And then in the next step, if we think about Paropakara for the benefit of the next generation, And finally, when we think about Loka Kalyanartha, I'm sure we will find better solutions and wiser ways to tackle all these conflicts, not just with the snakes or trees, reservoirs, in general, the life around us. There are certain evil practices which are condemned by Dasapadas apart from the snakes, because I don't want people to think we only worship snakes or just trees and waters which are beneficial. And one of the Dasapadas, Dasa says, Murkharadaru Janaru Lokadalagi, that is a Dasapada written by Purandara Dasaru. He points out, Satta Karuvina Tai Halu Kiryatane Murkha. When the calf dies, usually what they did was they would bring the dead body of the calf and lay it in front of their mother, because the cow doesn't give milk when the calf dies. When it looks at the body lying in front of him, the cow feels if it gives milk, maybe the child will get up, and then it starts giving milk. It's such a brutal practice. So Dasa has pointed out in the Dasa Sahitya and said that people have become murkhas, and they have started hurting the life around them to just fulfill their selfish needs. So I hope people will understand how our vratas and the reason behind these vratas, and change their ways to fit today's perspectives. And because there are no just because there are no answers, that doesn't mean we stop doing these brothers, but rather encourage people to do and preserve whatever we have left, and stop hurting snakes by doing live worshipping or taking their teeth off and making them helpless, that they cannot pray. So I hope that the Naga Vamsha will be preserved and such practices will go away. With this, I want to conclude. Thank you, sir. I want to thank Nagaraj sir. It is today morning I felt I was talking about Nagaraja and his vrata, but the one who inspired me to tell was also Dr. Nagaraj sir. So I think your the Abhimani Devata inside you has encouraged me to do so. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful, Yogendra. Such a cute person. I always like Yogendra. He lives in the city where I live, and he meets me regularly. And whenever I hear, I develop a great admiration, particularly for his parents, for his brought up. Wow, how many stories he knows, how many dasapadas he knows, how many songs he can sing. And a boy with such an advanced degree in computer science, being brought up by his parents in such a beautiful way, with such very well rooted culture, amazing. He is a need of the hour. Such young boys are required for the sustenance of our dharma. Yogendra, you are so lucky. Dr. Prasanna Kumar has commented that it's a wonderful presentation and he wants to watch it again and again, and he wants to read your paper. He is in the policy making position in the government of India, and he is impressed with your presentation. And
thank you, sir.
That's what I expected right from the beginning. Such a beautiful perspective. Actually, these snake festivals, snake rituals have been criticized by the so-called rationalist organizations, all these for their anti-nature thinking, based on their anti-nature thinking. But they actually, you are proving them all wrong by providing the right perspective, and you know the details, the meticulous details of the rituals also, and you have such a beautiful perspective for these. And your song, the Dasapada, where the Dasa is lamenting for destroying nature, for constructing his house. So that was also beautiful, and you sang it beautifully. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Lord. Thanks a lot.
And let me check if there are questions. Okay, there are no specific questions.
Sir, I had, if I may interrupt, I had a question. I put it in the chat box. Just one small question. Does that soil that the sisters bring have medicinal properties? Because soil is used as medicinal, for its medical properties in naturopathy.
It may be, ma'am. I've not confirmed this, but the soil is put on the navel and on the ears. Maybe there is a reason why they do that, but I'm not really sure. I still have to do the research about it.
Very, very interesting. So
Let me answer that question, Jagrati ji, because I come from my anthropology background and my fieldwork-based research on these cultures. There are many communities which use this mud from the anthills as part of their rituals. Even Kurumas of Telangana, through their Ogu pujaris, Ogu priests, they collect it, and there is a specific portion of the Ogu ritual, the Mallana ritual, where this clay is collected. And these, the medicinal properties of these are also talked about in those communities. They say that the saliva of the creatures that create this anthill has antibiotic properties. They say that it has got a worm killing property, and actually the general clay itself being used for treating the skin worms or the body worms is very well known. But here they say that the while creating the anthill itself, the worms have stored the saliva in it, and that has got the medicinal properties mixed with it. That is why it is used as an application, external application in treating diseases.
Sir, even now in a lot of beauty products, they are using this clay and mud as packs, and for rejuvenating the skin and removing the dirt from the skin and all that.
Yeah, but this is particularly about this anthill clay.
Right.
That we are talking about. So that regarding that anthill clay, why it is advised by the ethnomedical practitioners, I was interviewing them, and that was their explanation.
Right. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
So now we move on to the last paper of the pre-lunch session of this conference. This is going to be by Swarnalata ji. Swarnalata ji, over to you.
Hello, am I visible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah.
But this hanging mic, it creates problems because it keeps swinging. And when it comes close to your mouth, it is louder, but when it goes away, it is feeble. So please check and try it.
Yeah, now is it clear?
Yeah, now it's okay. So please leave it like that.
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon. I'm Swarnalata, and I'm doing a bit of research in Vedic agriculture, and the topic for today is worship of landscape, plants, trees, and animals in Hindu, Vedic, and traditional agriculture. We'll be, since there are so many traditions and so many rituals that are followed, we'll be concentrating a little bit on the traditions of the Malnad region. So, next we'll see that behind all this traditions and rituals is worship, and worship is integral to every human being. Worship is an expression of our adoration. As children, we adored our mother, and as we grow up, we adore the nature around us, and that is expressed as a celebration, and which is formalized as rituals. When we worship, we magnify the positive energy. These rituals are created in such a way through mantras and all the processes involved, that the positive energy. So when this positive energy farming community, because they're very close to nature, in their environment of the farm and their houses, a lot of positive energy is created. And the result of this is the food that they produce. That becomes healthy, full of positive vibration. And the people who eat it become equally healthy and happy. So happy farmers lead to happy and productive society. And happiness in a farmers comes through worship. So if we contrast this with today's situation where farmers are committing suicide, we'll find that maybe one of the reasons is a lack of worship, a lack of celebration in the life, a lack of positive energy that is taking them to this extreme step. So next we will see the various rituals that are performed. Some of these are given in the ancient Shastras. One of this is the Agnihotra Homa, a very important ritual which has been mentioned in the Rig Veda. So this is performed when the sun's rays first touch the earth, wherever it is being performed, and when the last rays touch the earth. So at this time, with the use of some mantras and cow ghee, cow dung, and the timing especially, the positive energy is intensified, and you have an explosion of positive energy literally in that place. And the ash that is collected after the puja, the farmers can use it in their seed treatment. They can spray it on the plants, mix it with the water and give it to the plants. If this is done, the plants have more positive energy in them. And when we have experimented on this, we've seen that the plants grow very well. They're more greener. The leaves tend to be more greener compared to the non-Agnihotra plants. And there's been scientific studies conducted to show that these, by conducting the Agnihotra Homa, the bacteria in the environment is reduced. Microorganisms are reduced. Positive energy is increased. The healing energies are increased. So after this, we next slide. So once the sun worship has been done, farmers go to the field, and before they start the plowing, they sing the Bhumi Stotra. This is sung for the Mother Earth, and it was sung by Lord Vishnu in praise of the Mother Earth, and it was found initially in the Narayana Bhashya. The Bhumi Puja is conducted standing in the northeast direction, and by saying this Bhumi Stotra, singing the songs in praise of the Mother Earth, through these mantras, the ether element is being incorporated into the soil. Next. Once the farmer has decided to till the soil, he'll require the bulls for tilling. And these days, so much importance is being given to cows, desi cows, for their A2 milk. So many people are working towards their protection. One cow can give one offspring in a year, one calf in a year maximum. But one bull can be responsible for maybe tens or even hundreds of offspring. So it's very important that we protect the desi bulls. We make sure they're fed well, they're nourished well, they remain healthy and strong. So in the Krishi Parashara, an ancient book, it has been mentioned, one ritual has been mentioned. It's called the Laguda Pritpada, or the Bull Worship Festival. Here the bulls of this is performed on the first day of the Kartika month, and the bulls are bathed well in the morning, and after that a coating of turmeric and sesame oil is made for the bulls. The space is applied all over their bodies, and they are decorated with the Shamalata flowers. Shamalata flowers are the Echinocarpus rutensis. This is the scientific name. These flowers are seasonally available, and they decorate these bulls, and the bulls are taken out in a procession all throughout the village. By doing this, a lot of negative energies are removed. And after this, conducting this ceremony, it has been found that the moisture in the bull dung increases. And this is particularly of use to farmers, because in the Vriksha Veda it's mentioned that when a farmer wants to transplant saplings into his farm, he digs the pit, and the first layer of manure that he uses is bull dung. So it makes a lot of sense, because if the bull dung is able to hold a lot of moisture, then the sapling which is planted on top of it need not be watered so regularly, because the water is already held by the bull dung. It also reduces diseases in this bulls. It is said that the bulls are prone to about 99 diseases, which are prevented by performing this ritual. Next. And we have Shivaratri and Masik Shivaratri every month, and of course Rudrabhishekam, which can be performed at any time. So these Rudrabhishekam and any Shiva Puja, Panchamrit is offered to the Shivaling. So in many families, when this puja is conducted, Panchamrit is used. Milk, ghee, curd, sugar. These things are taken, the Panchamrit is taken, diluted with water, and taken to the fields and sprayed over there.
We have lost your voice.
Yeah, Swarnalata ji, there seems to be some network problem. We are not able to hear you.
Now your connection went to mute. Kindly unmute.
Unmute now.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Now you are audible. Yes.
Now it is.
Yeah. This Abhisheka water and material is taken and diluted in water and sprayed onto the fields. This work is entrusted to children in most of the families. By doing this, we are giving a lot of nutrition to the soil. Anyone who has taken Panchamrit Prasad, they know that it gives them some energy, some prana. The prana level is increased. So when we use this, we are giving these materials in homeopathic quantities to the soil and the plants, and it has a very nourishing effect on them. And next we will see. Okay, the Kalambana Puja. So this is performed by farmers in several villages. So in the earlier days, when most of the farmers used to be seed collectors themselves, and they used to collect seeds from their farms, they used to preserve the best of the seeds. And during this puja, everyone bought out the seed collection, and they placed it in front of the deity of the village and worshipped it. And after that, all the seeds were taken and planted in small fields in one location, and their growth was observed. So the whole village saw whichever lot was growing very well. They identified the farmer and took his seeds, selected his seeds, so the whole community is to plant them. This way, the seed selection was done, and the whole village was able to produce the best crops. Next. Next. Next slide. Yeah. There's another very special day.
Next slide.
Yeah, the same one. Yellow Amavasya. This is a Thanksgiving festival celebrated in January. And on this day, a makeshift temple is created in the middle of a field. 5 stones are placed inside it as a symbolic of the Pandavas. They're worshipped there, and special dishes are made with the locally available grains and vegetables harvested during the season. They're cooked outdoors and consumed by the whole family and friends. Bhaji is the special dish made from grains, millets, lentils, and green leafy vegetables and chilies. Jawar roti, groundnut chutney, sun-dried chili sauce, and other dishes that go with it are made. So this is how Yellow Amavasya is celebrated in the northern parts of Karnataka. Next, we will see the Yellow Amavasya celebrated in the Malnad region. Here, we have the tradition of worshipping animals. So what is worshipped cannot be sold. This idea held good for several centuries before our country was invaded by Mughals and other invaders who brought in their own different culture. Cows and bulls were not mere farm animals, but deities to be worshipped and cared for. When farmers had excess livestock with them, they were not sold. Instead, they were exchanged through a barter system at a fair which happened on Yellow Amavasya Day. Hobli and even at the taluk level. So this way the animals were exchanged and no animal was sold. So the sanctity of the animal was maintained. And next. Bhumi Hunnime, or the Nool Hunnime it's called, is celebrated on the full moon of the Ashwin month. Shoots of all the plants that are available in the area, which is to be cultivated for the next season. It's all collected. All the shoots and leaves are collected, and over 100 varieties. The target is to reach 100 varieties of leaves and shoots. These are collected and brought to the farm in the evening, and they're boiled in one big pot. And to that, some beef pieces, rice, ghee, or whatever necessary is added. It is made into a palya. This is spread in the farm at night. This is also taken as human consumption as prasad for breakfast. So the idea is that by spreading it, these substances in the farm at night, the night insects will eat them. And the rest is consumed by the humans. So each plant has some nutrient, some special nutrient that is contained is again returned to the soil in this way. And in this worship, this is in some regions again on this day, when the paddy fields are ripe with the rice, women go out and they worship stalks of these rice. They tie a Mangal Sutra to it, and they do this ritual similar to Seemantige or baby showers, as it is called, that is performed. It is considered that the soil is pregnant, the earth is pregnant, and the ritual is celebrated. It is pregnant with the fresh seeds, which will be given fruit, or the rice that will come in some time. And next, last we will see one Lakshmi Puja, which is conducted in the village of Shimoga after Deepavali in the month of Kartika. This is a time when a lot of flying insects are present in the environment. Taking advantage of this, lamps are lit in the open field. Insects are attracted towards these lights and crash into them and die right there. In the morning, when one goes there, one finds a number of dead insects lying in the fields. These decay and add nitrogen to the soil, an easy way to fertilize the soil. So we see that these are very beautiful rituals which have been made to actually make a farmer's work easy. Adding nitrogen, adding minerals through dead insects, through leaves and shoots of various plants. So this kinds of worship added beauty, added celebration, added so much joy into the hard work of farming. So when the farmers adapt these and continue to follow them, their work becomes much more easier, much more sustainable, and much more happier. Thank you.
Namaste. Thank you very much, Swarnalata ji. What a wonderful presentation. Actually, it made me ecstatic when you used words like soil is pregnant and the Shrimanta festival, Shrimanta celebration for the soil. Wow, what a culture. How lucky we are to be Hindus. How lucky we are to be born into this culture. Prasanna Kumar ji also is very proud to have attended your paper. Such a wonderful presentation. What a beautiful culture into which we are all born. And there are some comments, questions. Rondine Twist. I don't know what is the actual name, but maybe it is an actual name also. He says, great presentation, thank you. I would also love to receive a copy of the PDF file. There is Bhuvaneshwari ji. This was for the Naga topic of Yogindra ji. For Yogindra ji, Rondine Twist is saying, great presentation, thank you. I would also love to receive a copy of the PDF file. And for the same paper, Meena Sundaram ji, for Yogindra's paper, she's saying, at Nagarkovil, the mud of ant hill is given as prasad. And there was a question from, I think, Bhuvaneshwari ji with regard to the Naga curse in the previous birth, Naga dosha that is talked about. Actually, my fieldwork based knowledge shows that most of these so-called Naga doshas are fertility related. So when a woman has fertility problems, the ethnomedical practitioner usually attributes it to Naga dosha. So what they consider to be Naga or Naga dosha probably as something very totally different from what we actually see as a physical snake. Probably this is some supernatural symbolic snake that they are talking about as a hurdle for fertility in the woman. And Swarnalata ji, what a wonderful paper, such a rich paper, such a rich ethnography in it, ethnography of agricultural practices. There are among the audience, there are natural farming people who are attending this conference. So all those people must be very, very happy to hear your paper. And the natural farming practices, traditional practices, and the ritual culture of Hinduism, how they go hand in hand, how they go together. You have demonstrated with your rich ethnography. We are all indebted to you for that. And all those who are going to read your paper on Indic Today magazine also will get enlightened about these things. Thank you very much. And are there any questions or comments anymore on Swarnalataji's presentation? Let us just check. Meghji among the panelists is also saying wonderful presentation, Swarnalataji. And Prasanna Kumarji has also expressed his admiration for your paper. So whole pre-lunch session was such a rich and enlightening and session. Hare Krishna Query. Thank you so much, ma'am, for such wonderful presentations. Swarnalata ma'am, can you please tell me about the container palaya that you have used in your slide? If not, how can we revive these traditions? Shashank Shekhar. We have such rich traditions, but are these being practiced? So there are two questions to you, Swarnalata ji. One is from Shashank Shekhar ji. We have such rich traditions, but are these being practiced? If not, how can we revive these traditions? Another question is, what is palaya that you have used in your slide? You are muted, Swarnalata ji.
Yeah. So these practices have been in use since a long time, since ancient days. But now, as we see in various cultures, slowly this practice itself is going out because many people are leaving the farming profession. But these can be brought about, can again be revived. It's not just as a celebration on a particular day. If that can't be done, at least on any day it can be done. Most of these things.
There is a question about palaya.
Palya. So that is a dish. That is a dish. It's a a dry curry, we can call it palya. It's made with all the. It's a mixture and it's a dry dish.
Oh, okay, palli, right?
Palya.
Okay, so that's a local word for something similar to curry, what they say. Okay, so with this, I think we have come to the end of this pre-lunch session. We'll again meet at 2 o'clock for the next part of this conference. This whole pre-lunch session was such an enriching and enlightening session, starting with epics. We had wonderful presentations on Mahabharata and Ramayana, and then we had historical paper by Swati ji, and all the remaining papers were on cultural practices like Tirtha practices, Naga practices, and agricultural practices, traditional agricultural practices. So we are going to meet again in the afternoon after lunch for the next part of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that would be at 2, right?
Yeah, at 2 o'clock. Yes.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
We are ready to go, sir. Sujata
Yes.
Rai is also
Yeah.
ready for presenting.
I will just.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm Dr. Sujata.
Yeah. Sujata Roy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Please, the first paper of this session is by Dr. Sujata Roy ji, Women and Nature, Locating Ecofeminism in Indian Context. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, sir. First, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present a paper on this platform. A very good afternoon to the organizers, the panelists, the co-participants, and everybody present here for this seminar. So as my topic is Women and Nature, Locating Ecofeminism in Indian Context. And we all know that ecofeminism has its very own prominence with the emerging field of environmental ethics, feminism, and ecology. The quest in ecofeminism is basically to unravel the synergy between the women's exploitation and profiteering that one does from the environment. Prominent thinkers believe that to understand the true essence of ecofeminism, one will have to actually unpack or explore the structure threadbare. So all ecofeminists do agree on one point, that there are connections between the domination of world and nature, and they have divergent opinions about the typologies of connections, thus giving rise to plurality of positions even within ecofeminism. So my attempt in this paper would be first to explore the views of prominent ecofeminists who agree that there is a common ground for subjugation of women and the domination of nature. The line adopted to understanding these underpinnings could be based on typically understanding their history, their culture, their language, their philosophy, on so many other different grounds. The true essence of ecofeminism can only be defined after examining these various intersections or the instances of ecofeminism. And Karen Warren has very rightly opined that just that there could be not one version of feminism. It is not possible that there could be one version of ecofeminism. We also need to understand that ecofeminism stems out of different schools of feminism. Say, for instance, Marxist, liberal, radical, and social feminism. So ecofeminism, in fact, draws out a lot of strength from these multidimensional contexts. The second section of my paper will examine the role of women with regard to environment, especially in the Indian context. They will try to understand the role of women in day-to-day activities, whether this was not really isolated from their cultural, domestic, or larger religious realms. And we'll also try and see how these activities were intertwined or defined within the realm of nature. It will also explore if the significance of the idea of ecofeminism is visible in most prominent environmental movements we all familiar with, Chipko movement, Narmada Bachao. The contributions made by women in this field, in these movements, were indispensable, immense, and they are considered ecofeminists because it not only worked for the preservation of nature and environment, but it sort of also ensured, it talked about economic equity and social justice for women. And women were one of the chief participants in these movements. We all know, going back into a little bit of history, that this term ecological feminism was proposed by a French feminist, Francoise de Youbon, in 1974. It basically relates to, it is talking about environmental advocacy. It is also talking about the analysis has to be from the angle of gender. So it is environmental advocacy with feminist analysis. This basically was a period when, it lapsed with second wave of feminism. We are familiar that second wave of feminism typically dealt with issues of domestic violence, marital rape, sexuality, family issues, marital rights, etc. But it also focused on a lot of intra-feminism disputes, ecofeminism being one of them. So ecofeminism is one such social and academic movement which came into prominence in 1970s and 80s. It is both a social movement, that's why the emphasis on the environmental movement that it led on to, and of course, a theoretical discourse. The feminist movement so far had failed to address the concerns of nature. And it was observed that even the green movements could not explain how nature is a gendered issue. So there was this gap, this lacuna, which was felt on both the ends. And Rosemary Radford Ruther, in her book, New Women, New Earth, says, I quote, women must see that there can be no liberation for them and no solution to the ecological crisis within a society whose fundamental mode of relationships continue to be one of domination. They must unite the demands of the women's movement with those of ecological movement to envision a radical reshaping of the social economic relations and the underlying values of the society. So eco-feminist movements tries to undertake both these things together. It basically, all ecofeminists have defined nature as a feminist issue by proposing that the same pattern of hierarchy or the same patriarchal domination that has domineered and devalued everything feminine has also extended or got the subjugation has extended to the environment. So environment is viewed as a mere instrumental object to be serving the need of human. When I say human, it means male. So it is also called as androcentric male behavior, and the patterns of subjugation or domination gets extended from humans to female and other human others and earth others. These terms were typically brought out by Karen Warren in her work. Karen Warren defines this in a significant framework. She says how this operation works. It basically works on three levels. First is the value hierarchical thinking, where there is a up-down thinking, naturally according a superior status to something which is up as compared to something which is down. The second feature was value dualism. Value dualism, where we have a disjunctive pair, and these disjuncts in the pair are oppositional. One which is holding a higher status as compared to the other. They are definitely not in a complementary role. They are exclusive as against an inclusive role. Say, for instance, some of the disjunctive pairs are like man, women, culture, nature, reason, emotion. Reason, emotion. These are some kind of a disjunctive pairs, and nature, culture. So these disjunctive pairs are the ones which sort of imbibes in us or implores us to think in terms of one being having a superior status as compared to the other. This led to the logic of domination or to the structure of argumentation which justifies subordination. So in this process, we see, because of the structure which was very well laid out by Warren, women have got naturalized and nature has got feminized. The traditional position of patriarchal society of associating women with nature is the root cause of both naturism and sexism. So males' association with culture is considered to be superior as association of women with nature. Male assumes the supremacist position. Warren defines this unjustifiably dominated groups as others, within quotes. She calls them as human others. These human others could be women, people of color, race, children, etc. She goes on to explain in terms of ecofeminism and calls the other dominated group as earth others, which typically would be animal, forest, land, etc. Aldo Leopold, one of the ecocentric thinker in land ethic, makes a remarkable progress, or you can say a digression from the assumed Judeo-Christian positions. He can be considered to be a pioneer in the field of ecofeminism because he was the first who granted ethical status to all non-human part of that community, which was animal, plants, land, water. And he explained why there should be an equal relationship with humans and other human others. This inclusive and holistic understanding of environment launched the modern preservation movement, and it also illustrated how issues both at human level and at earth level can be viewed through a framework of caring, through a framework of holistic understanding, through a framework of nurturing. Women have been known to have participated in a lot of preservation movements and conservation movements. It started around somewhere in 19th century and got more pronounced in 20th century. I would just draw your attention to some of the environmental movements where women have strongly participated. and they worked for feminism, peace, and ecology. The 3 Mile Island in Pennsylvania. This was one of the movements where women were agitating against the large amount of radiation being released and causing detrimental health effects for women and everybody who stayed in and around. It was in US. In Amherst in Massachusetts, a conference organized by Yenestra King, another eco-feminist, who talked about, stressed in this conference about the connectedness and the wholeness of the theory. And she also later on took on a protest march in Pentagon, where she was demanding for equal rights in sphere of social, economic, and reproductive areas. Apart from that, she also focused that the government should stop and end to the militarist actions taken by the government. Why? Because these military actions were creating or were causing a lot of damage to the environment, to women, and especially to the children. In Kenya, we know of Wangari Maathai in 1979, who worked on a green belt movement. This movement was basically to prevent the desertification, and they were successful in planting some 10,000 trees. 1978, a Love Canal movement started by first a mother and then an environmentalist by the name of Louis Gibb. So this movement was also when they discovered that this entire Love Canal was actually located on a toxic site. Louis Gibb was one of the first one who discovered that because of these toxins, rampant health issues amongst mothers, amongst children, again, illness, reproduction issues against birth defect in babies, abnormality in pregnant women. So they were successful in imploring the government to relocate these people. Some 800 families were relocated. In India, similarly, in state of Uttarakhand in 1978, we see a Chipko movement, which was against the deforestation policies of government. India had just gained independence, so there was this rapid need for industrialization, and India was trying as much to be a part of the developmental race as the Western countries, and how this movement becomes one of the prominent movements in the landmark or in the map of environmental movements. I will just discuss in the second half. So the significance of the idea of ecofeminism is visible in most prominent environmental movements, be it Chipko movement or Narmada Bachao. Vandana Shiva, Dr. Vandana Shiva is regarded as the pioneer of the ecofeminist discourse in India, who maintains that women's contributions were sidelined. Women have always been at the center in solving such societal problems and definitely working for environmental protection because their association with the environment is at a close proximity. And how she intends working on this is that she looks into Indian philosophy. She reflects on Indian philosophy and the spiritual aspects of the philosophy to widely influence through her arguments. She says, I quote, "Women in India are intimate part of nature, both in imagination and practice. At one level, nature is symbolized as the embodiment of the feminine principle. And at the another, she is nurtured by the feminine to produce life and provide sustenance." So in a most notable work, all of us are familiar with, Staying Alive, Women, Ecology and Survival in India, she basically unfolds two very prominent aspects. The first one being the feminine principle. This is strongly related to the idea of spiritual ecofeminism, another strand of ecofeminism, and also related to Hindu mythology, Indian philosophy, and Indian spirituality. This principle basically recognizes Prakriti that seeks to nurture and protect. There's a harmony within the diversity of nature. It is a source of all of life on earth, as opposed to the contemporary Western views, which we just learned. It talked about Western views, which was basically talking about or was submerged in duality. This view of Prakriti is duality in diversity. It talks about duality and unity between man and women, between person and nature. So Indian cosmology treats the person and nature, Purush and Prakriti, as a duality in unity. They are inseparable complements of one another in nature, in women and in man, where one cannot really complete his or her function without the other. However, when we create a rupture in this harmony, when we try to work towards the new developmental paradigm, it sort of cripples the harmony, not only in nature, but also with regard to women. Therefore, Dr. Shiva insists on adopting an ecologically sustainable system that is based on, that is drawn from world's views of ancient civilizations from the diverse cultures which have survived successfully for centuries altogether. This involves principles based on the ontology of feminine as a living principle, as nature. It talks about humanization of nature and naturalization of the society. This definitely would exclude possibilities of exploitation and domination, and somewhere it will nurture the idea of creation of an earth family. The other aspect that she's talked about in her book is also very relevant to the development idea, is the idea of social and political ecofeminism that criticizes patriarchal hegemony and masculine worldview. She explains that women have a very special connection to the environment through their daily interactions. That has not only been overlooked, but when we try and see the role of women in subsistence economy, when they produce wealth in partnership with nature, they seem to be having a good understanding or a holistic and ecological understanding of the earth's knowledge or the earth processes. The knowledge shared by these women are territorial knowledge, indigenous knowledge. There are alternate modes of knowing which a woman knows because of a synchronization with earth. And this knowledge is not only holistic, but it goes along with the ecological knowledge of the earth processes. The capitalist mode of production, which is a reductionist program borrowed from the Western view, somehow relegates it or just neglects it. They neither recognize the interconnectedness of nature nor the connection of women's lives. They work in direction only for creation of wealth. You know, the total mantra is profiteering. It works on, profit and loss. Shiva calls this as a total failure of patriarchal understanding of development and progress. She vehemently opposes the development model put forward by the Western technology, which is patriarchal, a colonial project, because these methods are inherently violent and indifferent to the harm done, both to women and to nature. In fact, she uses a term called mall development. She says this is a mall development, reductionism caused by Western ideology of capitalism and colonization. This is indirectly responsible, according to Vandana Shiva, this is indirectly responsible for marginalization and even dispensability of women. The methods of modern development assaults women's knowledge of nature, their dependence, their interconnectedness with nature, and their dependence on forest for staying alive, quote unquote. This dichotomized ontology of man dominating women and nature generates small development. Here, man acts as the agent and becomes the model of this kind of a development. This development, which seems to be the development as understood in the modern parlance in the world today, we know is only working towards aggrandizing more and more. It is working towards capitalist economy. It works towards commercialization of economy, creation of surplus profit. That is the only thing which guides it. This model of growth, which was controlled by capitalism, brought along with itself a lot of fallouts. One being dispossession, creation of poverty, exclusion of women, exploitation and degradation of nature, total annihilation of social knowledge of people who were associated with the forest, displacement of the local people. In fact, Vandana Shiva borrows views of Gustavo Estiva and states that, I quote, development is a permanent war waged by its promoter and suffered by its victim. When we talk about ecofeminism, it's not that women were just passive observers of these kind of changes, or they were just bearers of these blind development process. Women, in fact, are potential and have the power for revolution and change. In Chipko movement, in Narmada Bachao Andolan, we have seen how women came ahead, protected and worked for the regeneration of forest, which necessarily shows the interconnection between women, nature and development. Chipko movement in 1978 was one very successful ecological movement where women could prevail upon the government to retract the policies when they had come to cut down on the trees. What we learned from it, we are all very familiar, so I'm not getting into too much of detail of Chipko movement. Gaura Devi was one such prominent women leader who led the movement, and the women's participation was clearly visible. It was a very successful one. what we understand that when women were talking about this movement, when they were trying for protection of the trees, it was not for the commercial need, or it was not because they wanted the tree for the commercial use. In fact, for the first time, Bandyopadhyay and Vandana Shiva has talked about it in one of the articles, that they understood the use of trees as one of them, as an ecological resource, not as something for commercial benefit. They understood that trees are there to fulfill our need, but definitely not the greed of the humans. The involvement of women broadened the scope of movement. Apart from talking about environmental issues, it also broached upon topics of social issues such as domestic violence, women's representation in village councils, which was missing till then. Women were totally invisible from this front. It also took on topics like male alcoholism, which is a big prominent problem in hilly areas, and it became a part of the struggle. This movement shows the interconnectedness between women, nature, human survival, and subsistence. Bandyopadhyay and Shiva says that it was probably one of the great representation of special relation between women and nature. Women have been a source of dissent. They have possibility. They can come up with an alternative ideology. They are agent of change, and their responsibility towards environment should be reflected in their participation with any issues which concerns nature. They should be taken as equal stakeholders when there are any such policies being formulated. So far we have seen that they were not only neglected or totally invisible in such things. Even the policies which came for, say, an agro-based or a forestry-based policy, if it was launched in such pockets, rural women were missing. Because of the social taboos, because of the customs, because of the local traditions, women were totally relegated to the background. Their role was only defined in terms of domestic women, in terms of the role in handling agricultural activities, livestock caring. So as a result, now we need to understand that women also need to be seen or viewed as an alternative ideology. They are the ones who also have territorial knowledge, and their participation or their knowledge or their epistemology should be brought to the table when such policies are being decided. Vandana, we have talked enough of the problems. Vandana Shiva tries to go back to reflect on the Vedic and the spiritual life, the lifestyle, the economy, the society, to give an answer to this. And she has come up with some very simplistic solutions, which we all are very familiar with when we talk in terms of the environment. One such was theory of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which emphasizes. Yes.
Are you towards the conclusion?
Yes, sir. Just a minute. So one such theory was Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which says about the whole earth is our family. So she says that one needs to go back to the root. One needs to accept that the whole earth is a family. Every living, non-living is an intrinsic part of the nature. She's not trying to implore or insist that we go back to the Stone Age. She attempts to connect this spirituality or these Vedic lifestyles or teachings with the cutting-edge ecological science and emphasizes on the word of interconnectedness. Another thing that she stresses upon is the idea of men and women being unequal. These binaries, the social constructs that we have created in the society. She says this is a totally Western, reductionist, mechanistic, patriarchal way of understanding. This was just supposed to be a horizontal divide between different sects, but unfortunately, it has created a vertical divide. We need to understand that, of course, there are diversity between genders, races, class, color, everything. And these diversities are biological diversities. They need not be understood in terms of deficiency. She says the Indian philosophical concept of dharma should be taken into consideration. And she explains how everyone has their own swadharma due to their intrinsic worth, and it is a definition on which everybody should work and they have their own roles to perform. Apart from that, she, of course, because she's a critique of this capitalist mode of production, she insists that we go back to the model suggested by Gandhi, not only Swadeshi, but also a socialist pattern. The emphasis is that the pattern which says, power is only in the hands of few, or owned by few people who own the means of production. This needs to be destroyed. She insists on working on integration, inclusive agenda of concern based on respect for diversity. Diversity both in terms of nature and human beings, and there are no sections of non-human others left on periphery. Adding to this point, I will say that since ecofeminism is also trying to find equal support and resonance of its philosophy in all walks of life, they say that we should stop this othering of not only women and other human races, but othering of also earth others. It's time we try and connect and stop or correct the othering of others and work towards strengthening the position of women in not only in political economy and in social cultural matters. The intervention should also work for human others and earth others, and definitely it will have a very positive impact in upkeep of the environment in trying to safeguard the interests of women when we see in terms of economic equity and social justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sujata Rai ji. Actually, we were trying to get Dr. Vandana Shiva herself to the conference. We tried last time. She was busy. She was traveling in some foreign country at the time. And again, we missed even this time. We were not able to get her for this conference. And you fulfilled that gap today.
Thank you so much.
And you have such a nuanced discussion, particularly. And actually, do you know that we are going to have a conference on feminine in Hinduism? Next conference is that.
Okay,
I welcome you to that also. Please come there.
It'll be an honor, sir. Yes, sir.
Please send a paper to that conference also. And every one of our conferences is connecting us to wonderful figures like you. Wonderful scholars, so rigorous, so deep and wide in your analysis and understanding. This is what is required. This level of academic rigor and depth and width is what is required today in INDIC studies, INDIC knowledge system studies. Particularly this ecofeminism, we already mentioned ecofeminism in our concept note for this conference also. And how, and this particular aspect of breaking the binaries, I don't even want to call it breaking the binaries, not recognizing the binaries, not having the binaries at all. That aspect of Hindu philosophy has to be highlighted more the way you did today. You wonderfully did that. Actually, the entire feminist arguments, even up to running up to ecofeminism, they were basically binary. Probably that has got to do with the Cartesian modernity. And during postmodern, post-structural times, people thought that they were actually overcoming the Cartesian phase. But actually, every time they were trapping themselves into the same Cartesian framework of binaries in the name of opposing the binaries. But you were very successfully able to show that there was no need to go that route at all, actually. And Dr. Vandana Shiva also does it very delicately, very carefully, and you have brought out her thought also very well into this conference. But I don't know whether audience have questions with regard to this or not. Yeah, this question is specifically for people who are skeptical about the following. You mentioned Srimati Vandana Shiva talks about women's specific connection. This is by Aditi M. Aditi M. But isn't Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam used in the context of tricking others for Panchatantra's message for us to be careful of such claims? Sangam Talks had a talk about our misunderstanding of this phrase and how we use it incorrectly. Srimati Vandana Shiva talks about women's specific connection with nature and earth. Does she give evidence for any naysayers, or is there any evidence elsewhere to substantiate this, demonstrate it clearly to those who are not tuned into the subtle aspects of existence to understand the connections you covered in your talk? Is the question by Aditi MD. Do you want to answer this question, Sujata Raji?
Sir, the question seems to be very long, but this, I think what probably ma'am wanted to ask was the theory of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
That's one question. That's a different question. And there is another question. Right, women's specific connection with nature and earth. Does she give evidence for any naysayers? Probably her question, Aditi ji's question, is whether she is able to counter her naysayers, her adversaries.
So I think she has worked extensively with a lot of these local indigenous people, where she is also working with women per se. So all her work, if one goes, reads the whole of the work that she has done in Staying Alive, is talking about women's interconnections with nature. And definitely, she has also analyzed whether this was an eco-feminist movement at all, Chipko movement, when we are trying to understand whether it was a religious movement, whether it was a social political movement, and how she analyzes it, that it was also a social movement which was not only connecting issues of environment and nature, but later on, since it turned out to be one successful, it instilled confidence in women, and it brought women issues into the forefront where they were talking about other related issues also. If I've understood the question right, this is what I would like to say.
Yeah, I don't know if Aditi ji has any further question. Maybe our officers can promote her to a panelist if she wants to speak. We can do that. And Aditi ji, this with regard to the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam thing and other things, let us just remember that, including Dr. Vandana Shiva, people may not be, and we should not even expect them to be so meticulously learned with regard to the origin of these kinds of phrases thrown onto us to trick us into some kind of universalist thinking. Actually, you're right in bringing this for discussion, but we should not blame Dr. Vandana Shiva for not knowing this. These are textual understandings which everyone need not be aware of. We should just take it as it is. All scholars need not be omniscient, right? So,
yes, sir.
But you're right.
Fact, you're right. Yes, sir. Even O.P. Dwivedi has talked about this concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in his work on Hinduism and Ecology. So I think maybe somewhere this term has got inspired. Vandana Shiva, she's got inspired by work of O.P. Dwivedi, who's worked in the area of Hinduism.
Asking us to be Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam people to trick us into some kind of nation-denying phase. That is what the Sangam Talks is also exposing. Okay. Actually, all the imperialist forces and pro-imperialist westernized Indians, they talk about nation being imaginative, nations not being there, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, international, world, global. All this, whenever people talk rooted, whenever people talk from their roots, For example, if there is an African or South American indigenous group that talks about the indigenous ecofeminism or indigenous cultures and all that, there is immediately a Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam thing. No, 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 don't emphasize Africa. Don't emphasize South America. So what should I do? So in the name of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, I should buy all these anti-environmental, nature-dominating, nature-exploiting science and technology worldview. So to shut the mouths of indigenous cultures, this Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam has been a ploy. Is what Sangam Talks is highlighting. And that is what Aditi ji also is trying to emphasize. Now, Srinivas ji has permitted Aditi ji to speak. Please, Aditi ji, please go ahead.
Namaste. Thank you for the opportunity. Ma'am, I just wanted to clarify with my second question is that it sounds to me like Srimati Vandana Shiva has mentioned how that connection between women and nature, like how to prove that there is a connection. That's probably there in her writings and her literature. That's what I was trying to clarify, because people who don't think like us, they tend to question, they say, oh, that's hardly a connection. Oh, that doesn't prove there's a connection. You know, there are people who make all those arguments. So my question was how to prove it to them that here is the connection. And that's probably in Srimati Vandana Shiva's I don't know, journals and writings. That's what you were saying, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am. So as I mentioned in the brief introduction, that when we try to understand these interconnections, it works on different lines within ecofeminism also. Few of them have denied this nature-women interconnection. They say if you go on to the same typology, that, you know, you say women are associated with nature because they are feminine and nature is also feminine. So you are somewhere falling into the trap of essentialism. And you know, you're again creating the same divide which we were trying to undo. But in this work, especially Vandana Shiva's work, I think she takes this as given, that association of women with nature is given. You know, she's typically in her work has tried to understand, or her realm of understanding has been the local people, the local women who are associated with forest, with nature, say in a rural setup or in a forest setup. So you can say that, yes, she has taken this as given, that nature and women are interconnected. Few ecofeminists would also disagree, as you just mentioned, rightly so, that transformative ecofeminists would disagree with it. Like, you know, people like Karen Warren would also disagree with it. Then Susan Griffin talks about ecofeminism working on the interconnections of language. I said nature is feminized, and I use this word, nature is feminized, and women are naturalized. You know, so there are a lot of references in literature which also talks about how through literature or through language, women have got exploited. You know, we have a lot of examples. Women being as meek as, say, you know, refer to a language. Nature, when we talk about nature, we say nature was, you know, we penetrated deep into the forest, we mutilated the forest, dominated the forest. So see, even language interconnections are working. In Shiva's work, yes, she takes this as given, that nature and women have a deep association and interconnection, and she does not sever the relationship of nature-women interconnection. She's working on this pattern only.
I was asking is because women get the same treatment with regards to health as well. They say they feel something and they are dismissed. That's instinct, you know, there's no proof. You're wrong. So I thought they might be doing the same thing with nature, but thank you. Thank you for answering.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I hope I have been able to answer it satisfactorily.
Wonderful. So now we move on to Dr. Jagriti Upadhyaya, a highly learned scholar and a very active participant in the conference. She was almost for every paper, every point that is raised. She has her own references. She has her own points. She has her own observations, and such a scholarly woman and highly rigorous scholar. And during the interactions before the papers were being finalized, I understood that she comes from a learned family also. Even her mother was actually supposed to be one of the paper presenters for the conference. Her parents, her family, her relatives. Oh, there is a lot of academic culture in the family. So probably that's what makes her actually completely involved in every paper, every topic of the conference from her own perspective. We are very lucky to have you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
So she is now going to talk about dimensions of spiritual ecology and ecofeminism in the Bhumi Sukta, one of the Veda Mantras.
Good afternoon, all of you. Yeah. Is my screen visible?
Not yet, ma'am.
Okay.
Now, yes.
Okay. So
it can be changed into slideshow mode now.
Slideshow. Not very conversant with technology. I'm just trying to.
There is one tab at the top. Yeah, now it has come.
Yeah, okay, sir. Thank you so much. At the outset, I would like to convey my sincere thanks to Dr. Nagaraj Paturi and V. Srinivasanji and the other organizers for having given me this opportunity to speak. And I dedicate this paper to my very learned mother, who is still, working at the age of 87. And one of her books on environment and Rig Veda is coming, in the next 2 months. So she is the one who inspires me, because my subject happens to be English literature, and I work on eco-criticism and ecofeminism as well. So she has been, like the one who inspired me to read and the Atharva Veda and, portions of the Rig Veda, so that I could go back to my scriptures. Yes, and my grandfather, my mother's father, wrote a lot of Sanskrit text on which PhD is being done throughout India. He was given the Magh Award, the Kalidas Award, the Sanskrit Academy Award. So I'm thankful to him, because it's the genes that he passed to us. Now, my paper is basically reading the dimensions of spiritual ecology and ecofeminism in the Bhumi Suktam. So I have taken a sort of a dialectical approach, in the sense that when I come to Bhumi Suktam, as the earlier speaker was presenting, Sujata ma'am, as to what constitutes the Baconian, Newtonian, Cartesian universe, in the Judeo-Christian Enlightenment, and how it is responsible for the domination of Mother Earth. So how we look upon the Bhumi, the Mother Earth, in divine form, that is going to be the first part of my paper. And the second part of my paper would be like the opposite, and how ecofeminists are raising their voices to save Mother Earth. So I'll quote from Ellen Gunn, from Caroline Merchant's Key Concepts in Theory, Ecology. The Woman I Love is a Planet, that is the essay. The planet, our mother, grandmother Earth, is physical. And therefore, she says, a spiritual, mental, and emotional being. Planets are alive, as are all their byproducts or expressions, like what was said by Dr. Prasanna in the morning, such as animals, vegetables, minerals, and climatic and meteorological phenomena as well, which is very much there in the Bhumi Suktam as well. And this interrelatedness of nature and spirituality, it can be found throughout history and cross-culturally, particularly when we talk about pagan religions and animistic religions. Creation stories and rituals provide insight to the relationships observed by communities. Celebrations surrounding the changing of seasons, as in the summer or winter solstice, or the spring and fall equinox, we all have, witnessed the celebrations somewhere in the papers that were presented in the morning, whether it was Naga Panchami or whether it was Mangala Gauri Pujan, etc. So these are like how seasons change, and we have, interestingly, a very famous celebration in the name of the Sitala Mata here, the one who saves you from chickenpox and smallpox. And we have a temple here in Jodhpur dedicated to the Sitala, And it is during Holi that, you know, the celebrations, the events go on for a week. And that is in conjunction with the change of the season. And it also has medical and Ayurvedic reasons, because this is the season when chickenpox and smallpox, they break out. So we have these celebrations, the religious celebrations surrounding the changes of season. And the calendar, regardless of place or conception, not only holds the space for linear observation of time, but also the cyclical rhythm of the moon and the seasonal changes. And we know that even our Jyotish, you know, our astrology works on the basis of the cycle of the moon and not the transit of the sun as it does in the Western world. So many cultures cultivate a reciprocal relationship with nature. And we have the Okanagan tribe of British Columbia, which says our flesh, blood, and bones are earth body in cycles in which the earth moves, and so does our body. Emotion or feeling is the capacity whereby community and land intersect in our beings and become part of us. This bond or link is a priority for our individual wholeness or well-being, I unquote. So this is how, you know, pagan cultures and earth-centered traditions have long identified human beings, or what you call the symbiotic relationship between the human world and the non-human world throughout centuries. And then, of course, you have the Celtic communities who turn to the elements for guidance and wisdom. The Celtic 8 great holidays are guided by the cycle of the moon and the sun. Then I'll quote from Carl Jung, Memories, Dreams, Reflections. At times I feel I'm spread out over the landscape and inside things, and am myself living in every tree, in the splashing of the waves, into the clouds and the animals that come and go in the processions of the seasons, I unquote. This is what we also call Yat Pinde Tat Brahmande. And what I have in me is in the Brahma and the Brahman, the cosmos, and vice versa. And then, of course, I'll skip Lawrence Buell, but I'll talk about, you know, like Charlene Spretnek, who talks about the lost goddesses of early Greece, which is a collection of Hellenic myths. And she talks about the myth of Gaia, which states, free of birth or destruction, of time or space, or form or condition, is the void. From the eternal void, Gaia danced forth and rolled herself into a spinning ball, molded mountains along her spine, valleys in the hollow, and rhythms of hill and stretching plains followed her contours. She bore a flow of gentle rain that fed her surface and bore life. Now, when we come to the Bhumi Suktam, you know, the 63 Sukta that is there in the 12th, what you call, Kand of the Atharva Veda, we find that the Bhumi is also, you know, beneficent, benedictory, you know, what you call, showering her bliss and benediction on, you know, human beings. And Sukta 2 says the earth sustains and supports, you know, medicinal plants and herbs, and she showers them on. She showers her benediction on us and fulfills. May she fulfill our wishes and bring us fame. It's like Nana Virya Aushadhiyam Vibhati Prithvi Naha Prathatam Radhyatam Naha. I'm not a great Sanskrit scholar, so you'll have to please bear with me. Then, of course, you have Suktam 17, 23, 61, and 63, which state that the earth has seas, oceans, rivers, lakes, ponds, etc., as resources, you know, for human beings. Suktam 3 and 27 also talk about how these resources, particularly water, sustains us, and how they foster different grain, fruit, vegetable, where all creatures are happy. The creatures are the non-human world, as well as there is mention of farmers, sculptors, and people related to the industry. And it's like a collective prayer that we pray that our earth be a provider of all good things in life. This is Suktam 3. And then another mention is in Suktam 27. Then Suktam 42 and 44, you know, Mother Earth sustain all creatures, nourishing them. She's loaded with mineral ores. She is called Hiranyavaksha, what you call golden breasted. And She also nurtures what we call the Pranagni, which is referred to as Vaishwanaram in the Atharva Veda and the Bhumi Suktam. So it's like, you have the concept of Gaia in paganist cultures, and you have the concept of, the Bhumi Suktam here, where the earth is in a role of a benefactress of humankind. So this concept of Gaia, of course, is used by James Lovelock to emphasize the biosphere as a self-regulating system. But for him, the earth was merely a cybernetic system. And not only that, but a unitary organism. So he uses terms like infant Gaia. Gaia was mortally stricken, Gaia herself. So this herself actually brings in the concept of the feminine in Gaia. And oh God, this... I'm sorry about the Sanskrit text not being visible here. So ancient Indian scriptures, they show that it has always been considered dharma or ethical duty of man to protect the environment, and it is highlighted as manav dharma. Nature for ancient India was not just a conglomerate of resources to be exploited indiscriminately, but a completely symbiotic and holistic system. So it's like, I'll just try to get the Sanskrit shlokas, but otherwise, I just don't know what has happened, because the PDF that I sent had the Sanskrit, the font in Sanskrit. Anyways, so I'll just go through the translation, which is my translation. So it says, "O Mother Earth, thou who wearest the ocean as a mantle and the mountains as a breast, thou who art the consort of Lord Vishnu, I bow to you. Forgive me for treading my feet upon you. From the mountain breast of Mother Earth, the rivers full of life-sustaining milk nourish us." So ecologism now requires a new style of politics, because it starts not from a conception of humanity or human needs, but from a vision of a network of precious but fragile relationship between living species, including the human species. And Andrew Haywood, in his iconic book, Political Ideologies, he states, I quote, "Perhaps the most influential concept for modern Greens has been developed by looking back to pre-Christian ideas, that is primitive religions. They often did not draw any distinction between human and other forms of living, and for that matter, little distinction between living and non-living objects. All things are alive, stones, rivers, mountains, and even earth itself, often conceived of as Mother Earth." And then, of course, the concept of Gaia as to the Greek goddess of the earth. I'll skip this slide. So in the Bhumi Suktam, of course, we find that the Suktam 12 says, "Mata Bhumi Putro Prithivyaha." So the earth is my mother. And now this is what I have added from my side, that is, it's our duty to protect our mother as we take care of her in the old age. And then in the Bhishma Parva of the Mahabharata also, there is a shloka. I'm sorry that the Sanskrit version is not here. "Everything is born of and sustained by Mother Earth and ultimately becomes one with her. So she is the refuge and glory of all human beings." Then, of course, in the Atharva Veda, it says that we should not, harm what we call Mother Earth in any way. We should behave in such an ethical way that we don't harm her. And the great pantheistic poet William Wordsworth, he uses the line in Tintin Abbey, "Nature never did betray the heart that loved her." And eulogizing the romantic poets, Jonathan Bates is of the opinion that the romantic ecology reverences the green earth because it recognizes that neither physically nor psychologically can we live without green things. It proclaims that there is one life within us and abroad, that the earth is a single ecosystem that which we destabilize at our own peril, I unquote. The Atharva Veda also states that Mother Earth is a living organism with life, blood, and a soul, and inflicting pain on her would be a grave sin. And of course, we have Ishopanishad, Ishavasyam idam sarvam yat kinchat jagatyam jagat tena tyaktena bhunjitaha ma gridha kasya svidhanam. I know that the meaning is clear to all, that everything in this world and the other world belongs to Ishwara, and Man should consume what is righteously his and not covet what belongs to others. I want to focus on the oxymoron that has been used here. That is tena tyaktena bhunjitaha. That is, when we talk about the consumeristic, rampant consumerism, which is present in the capitalocene nowadays, the Anthropocene nowadays, is that we need to share more and consume less if we have to save Mother Earth. So what is righteously, what we call according to dharma, not mine, I cannot consume that. But what happens in the capitalistic society is that because I have power, I have hegemony, I take away the lion's share using my power and deprive all the others of their righteous share. And that is why, we have a skewed development and our resources are being depleted. We have the problems of climate change. We have the problems of ecological crises, which I'm using in plural, CRISES. We know the crises that we are facing right now. So what doesn't belong to me according to dharma should not be mine. And that is why the role of aparigraha becomes very, very important. That is non-hoarding, non-covetousness, non-greed, So if we want to save Mother Earth. So I'm skipping, part of the Vedic literature. I've taken mantras from the Agni Puran. I've taken mantras from the Mahabharata and Rig Veda also. So they all caution about not inflicting any pain on Mother Earth. And then, because she nurtures her and keeps her close to her bosom like her own child. Then the same sentiment for Earth Goddess is manifest in Indic texts. So the Bhumi Suktam, of course, Sukta 2 I've already discussed. We salute Mother Earth who bestows upon human beings limitless freedom, and she bears many plants and herbs of different vitality for our well-being. May she shower her bounty and make us healthy. Then, of course, she is woven together with ocean and river waters, and in her is contained food, which she manifests when plowed. She gives us life. She may bestow us with that life. Then, of course, the Earth's biotic environment is a breathing entity and it has its own animated spirits. And the rishis, they say idam va apuridayam. That means the water has heart and it can also feel. It has sensory perceptions. So I'm skipping the Vaman Purana, in which the rishi eulogizes her as fragrant and beautiful with pure water, as well as glory. She's glorious with radiance. Her skies resonate with melodious sound. I bow to her in the morning, and she bless me with benevolence. This is all my translation. But a slightly different portrayal occurs, in Greek mythology, where Amitav Ghosh's recent book, the Nutmeg's Curse, Parables of a Planet in Crisis, he observes how Gaia is, as a benevolent mother in Indian mythology, wide-bosomed and bounteous and holy, often characterized by the epithet monstrous by Hesiod, and who was Homer's contemporary. And she is portrayed as a wily schemer who conceives of evil, cunning tricks to get rid of Uranus and Kronos, because she indulges in incest to have children. And then she takes help of these children to help Zeus become the most popular god on Mount Olympus. But Gaia also suffers because she becomes a battleground upon which men and gods act out their strife, leave her groaning and screaming, and as the forest burns and oceans boil, I unquote. Then, of course, man is considered an offspring of water. And I'll just skip some of these slides because we don't have much time. I have 67 slides here. So I'll come to ecofeminism in a couple of minutes. So how trees in mythology were supposed to be life givers. And in Kurma Puran, if you cut down a tree, it is tantamount to Brahma Hatya. Then we have Maharshi Bhrigu in the dialogue with Rishi Bharadwaj, when he says, when a tree is felled, it sprouts life and it is aware of both pleasure and pain. Therefore, I see even trees as living beings. They are not inanimate. And then, of course, I'll come to the traditional American Indian philosophy of the sacred circle of life, which finds the spirit of fraternity and sorority in creation, where Stan Steiner says, I quote, life is shared with the bird, bear, insect, plants, mountains, clouds, stars, and the sun. Then, of course, Manusmriti also states that man should not put such effluents as excretion, spittle, blood, or toxics in and contaminate the waters. It provides for stringent punishment to the person who defies or contaminates waters. Cautilia's Arthashastra also maintains, the punishment that should be given, that if a citizen spoils or destroys a freshwater pond whose water is for human consumption and animal consumption, then the king should either execute him, and if he offers to rebuild the pond, the same way he should be levied with a punishment of 1,000 pun, and only then he should be spared, I unquote. Now, this is what we call the divinity in what we call the pagan worships, or what we call the Vedic Indian scenario. But now with that, we have juxtaposed with this is the Judeo-Christian ideology of God having created man in his own image, and man's domination over them through naming them. And no item in the physical creation, they say, has any purpose save to serve man's purpose. I'm quoting from Cheryl Glotfelty. And Sujata ma'am also used the term androcentric. She's very much right when it comes to ecofeminism. And we are so anthropocentric in our attitude that despite Copernicus, we find that the cosmos rotates around our little globe. And we are so hubristic that we have a skewed idea of development, and the result is the environmental crisis that we face today. And I'll quote Lynn White Jr. She states that man and nature are two distinct entities in Christianity. The victory of Christianity over paganism was the greatest psychic revolution in the history of our culture. And she finds the most anthropocentric religion in the world. It is in absolute contrast to ancient paganism and Asia's other religions, except perhaps Zoroastrianism. And it has established a dualistic, is a concept between man and nature. And that Christianity also insists that God's will is that man should use nature for his proper ends. So Christopher Maines also, he talks about, the Tuscarora Indians in Nature and Silence in the Eco-Critical Reader. And he says the language that we speak today, the idiom of the Renaissance and enlightened humanism, veils the processes of nature in its own cultural obsessions, directionalities, and motives that have no analogus in the world today, I unquote. So this is what enlightened humanism does to, the environment today. Then, of course, Caroline Merchant speaks about tribal societies pursuing their needs through the imitation of nature, and power over nature was for self-preservation, which was achieved through imitative magic. But enlightenment disenchants this process and nature by removing all this mystery from nature and turning it into an object. Then I'll leave this, how every tree and every spring had its own guardian spirit. So ecofeminism, as the earlier speaker said, it was a powerful response to the anthropocentric culture, nature dualism upheld by the 18th century enlightened humanism. And women have long been, included in the sphere of nature and emotions. See, there was a question raised by Aditi ji. See, I hope this would answer that, because women have long been included as feminine and part of the spheres of natures, and since they are emotional and have been assigned the role of earth mothers and passive childbearing beings, that is why they are connected to Mother Earth, because they nurture, they bear the womb. I'll come to that in my next slide also, how the earth is furrowed for producing yield and harvest. The same way, the womb, the female is penetrated for creating the next generation. And then men have always been associated with reason, civilization, and the public sphere. So the emotional connect, of the nature of women and Mother Nature establish what we call a relationship between or what you call the Earth Women Continuum. Of course, François de Aubonne ma'am has already referred to. So it's a pluralistic movement, embraces a number of causes. Greta Gard defines it as a movement that calls for an end to all oppressions. And unless we liberate women, we'll not be able to liberate nature. Then ma'am has already spoken about Vandana Shiva ma'am. So Maria Mais and Vandana Shiva, they both happen to be eminent eco-feminists. So they conceptualize the master-slave relationship that operates in men's behavior towards the same being applied to women and nature. So in the capitalist, this is the second aspect of ecofeminism. The first is how women are connected because of the nurturing that they do, because of the womb that they have, because of the child that they bear. So the productive role is there between the women nature continuum. And the second is how in a capitalist patriarchal model, male tendency of treating nature as a commodity to be used and harnessed is extended to the treatment of women's bodies as a sexual commodity. So that is why, when you read frontier novels, the land is described as fruitful, virginal, with a fertile womb that is supposed to produce superabundant plenitude, to be furrowed and to be sowed with seed. This is where the connection between women and Mother Earth is there, that the land is to be furrowed and sowed with seed. And we also have the fertility cults of Egypt, where you have where you have the effigy of Osiris being filled with grains, and when the Nile overflows, the ritual of the fertility cult comes in, the grain sprouts. So this is how the fertile womb of women and Mother Nature are connected, and they are both supposed to provide superabundant plenitude. And look at the word furrowed and sowed with seed, because furrowed is actually equated to the penetration of the woman, and the sowing of the man's seed in her for the next generation. So you have a critical examination of the patriarchal juxtaposition of women and nature embedded in the religious, cultural, symbolic domain, about the violence perpetrated on women, which is often condoned by patriarchal religions through the male interpretation of scriptures and religious texts. And then I'll just come to a critical examination of the patriarchal juxtaposition of women with nature embedded in the religious, cultural, symbolic domain, actually is wrongly interpreted by the males. Susan Griffin, writing in Women and Nature, says, The Roaring Insider, she says, her is another cornerstone work which stresses the interconnection. She says, I know I am made from this earth, as my mother's hands were made from this earth, as her dreams came from this earth, and all that I know in this earth. Ursula Gunn in Women Wilderness, Healing the Wounds, is critical of the civilized man, and she is critical of the man who says, and this is how the Enlightenment establishes, the patriarchy establishes, where he says, I am self, I am master, all the rest other, outside, below, under, subservient. I owe, I use, I own, I use, I explore, I exploit, I control. What I do is what matters is for. I am that I am, and the rest is woman and the wilderness to be used as I see fit. So when you take the great chain of being and the Judeo-Christian biblical idea of man having domination of nature and splice it with patriarchy, how man tries to dominate female. So if you look at the line, rest is woman and the wilderness. So the wilderness here is what you call, not the wilderness in what you call your common sense, but wilderness here would be everything of the biosphere, everything of a particular region of the earth. And it has to be used as I see fit and not as society sees fit or as others see fit. So with God and his right-hand man at the center of the universe, conceived of as the hierarchical chain of being, there is no room for anyone or anything else in the driver's seat. I'm quoting Judith Plant from Karen G. Warner.
Is this going to be your conclusion? The next slide.
Okay, sir. I'll just sir, how many minutes do you give me to conclude? Because I told you.
Actually, you have been given a long time already.
Okay, so sir, I'll just come to the conclusion in a couple of minutes. And so ecofeminist historians, they show that how, Mother Earth image has been used by Western male writers since the Renaissance to underwrite the domination of Mother Nature and women. And the ancient mystification of nature as a benevolent female, Caroline Merchant argues in her key concepts in critical theory ecology, I quote, contained the implication that nature, when plowed and cultivated, could be used as a commodity and manipulated as a resource. With the scientific revolution, nature changed. So from an active teacher-parent, which is very much there in the Romantic poets, particularly Wordsworth, where he finds her as a healer, in the mad, sad music of humanity. So in the hands of the Baconian engineers, the modern world system, the whole thing subverts the concept of Mother Nature. And then, of course, she is mother, mistress, virgin, traditionally represented for men. And then Sherry B. Adorner, as the anthropologist, argues for the universality of equation. Man is to woman as nature is to culture, which was again a binary, which was disjunctive binary that was taken up by Sujata ji. So ecofeminism sees androcentrism, or the domination of women, as a model for other kinds of domination, especially of nature. Then, of course, the dualism ma'am has already spoken about, like human nature, mind, body, male, female, reason, civilization, etc. So today, the idea of the goddess flourishes, variously referred to in feminine theology as a figure in worship practices, ranging from witchcraft cults to spontaneous feminist support groups. So Sally McFadden advocates a remythologing of the relationship between God and the world by recourse to metaphors like the world as God's body and God as mother rather than father, because whenever we pray about our Father in heaven, hallowed be thy name. So Father in heaven is there. And if anything, if there is anything that can stop the human species from poisoning the earth or blowing it up, writes eco-theologian Carol Christ, is a deeply felt connection to all beings in the web of being. But and this was web of life. This was what was insisted upon by Dr. Prasanna in the morning. And then, of course, I'm skipping a certain slides because we call, like I've already spoken about, ancient texts replete with examples about everyone being part of the Brahma. So deep ecology by Anne Mace calls for a change in the consciousness, specifically the adoption of ecological consciousness to cosmological consciousness. Then, of course, Rachel Carson's Silent Spring, which pioneered the pioneering book which spearheaded.
Ma'am, do you have an idea of how many more slides you have?
Yeah. So I'll just.
I think you can quickly run through the remaining slides. And
yeah, it's like yes. So I'll quote Gandhi also.
Definitely, this is a highly scholarly and erudite presentation and paper. I would encourage all the audience to go to your paper when it is published. It is going to be published, and it's going to be an enriching reading.
I'm sorry, I couldn't actually, read out the Sanskrit text because of this problem of putting
Definitely,
it in a
yeah.
word
So that's
file.
the font problem. Probably by creating your PowerPoint presentation, you did not tell the app what font to use at that time.
Yeah, normally like I use Word files. So if I'd used a PDF file, then maybe I could have saved it. Anyway, so
yeah,
what
so now please come to your conclusion portion, and
yes.
I request all the audience to go to your published paper. We are going to publish all these papers on our INDIC Today magazine, and all these videos are going to be uploaded to our INDIC Academy YouTube channel, so you can watch these videos. But I'm so sorry that we have a time constraint.
Yes, sir, I understand. So see, the last slide would be like how, we need to revise the conventional moral thinking about the Western idea of religion to the Indian concept of dharma, that is righteous living, and reshape our understanding of happiness and well-being. Happiness doesn't lie in consumerism and rapacious materialism. So, and the cultural narcissism of the Judeo-Christian concept of man as conqueror of nature. Then, of course, ma'am has already referred to Aldo Leopold land ethic in the Sand County Almanac, and how deep ecologists view nature as the source of moral goodness. So nature has to have intrinsic or inherent value, and not as a value for its commodification for human beings. And Nace, I'll end up with Anna Nace, who says that the ecological field worker has a deep-seated respect or even veneration and forms of for ways and forms of nature. He reaches an understanding from within, a kind of understanding that others reserve for fellow men, and a narrow section for all section of that for all forms of life. So to an ecological field worker, the equal rights, should be given. They should blossom everywhere. It is intuitively clear. Its restrictions, would be detrimental upon the quality of humanity itself. I unquote. Then I'll just end up with, the Shanti Suktam, where it says, Yahu Shanti, Prithvihi Shanti, Apaha Shanti. Why does it that it wants everything in the cosmos to be at peace? See, everything without disturbance, everything in a state of equilibrium. And why do we end up with Om Shanti, Shanti, and Shanti? Because we all need that. Our mind and our being ontologically should be at peace, at in a state of equilibrium. So if there is conflict in water, if there is conflict in Mother Earth, obviously the retaliation comes in, the monstrosity of Gaia comes in. And then of course I have my references here. Thank you so much. I just ran through my presentation. So this, like, I would end up with the Shanti Suktam, Yahu Shanti, Prithvi Shanti, Apa Shanti. So everything should be in a state of equilibrium and at peace, even Mother Earth.
Thank you very much, Jagrati ji. That was a scholarly paper. There was a comment in the Q&A box. Probably the participant was completely overwhelmed by too many Western references, and she or he was saying, any Indian reference in this context? So he was so except that it is about Bhumi Suktam. Most of the references were from foreign authors. Probably he or she was completely there is actually an appreciation of the paper, rendering the mythological action in nature, thanksgiving for the initiative, everything. It was all positive. And probably people were happy that Dr. Vandana Shiva, an Indian scholar, was being referred also. Okay, good. There is a lot of work that is being done all over the world. And probably Jagrati ji is trying to show that Indian references are from the primary sources like Bhumi Suktam and other Veda Mantras.
Yeah, sir. Like Agni Puranam, I have taken Mahabharata.
These are all primary sources.
Yeah,
and
Manusmriti.
Our Western references are all to show how they are in consonance with some of the contemporary eco-feminist thinking. That is why it probably it gave an impression that it has too many Western references.
So my question, what I wanted to raise was that why are we so Eurocentric in our perspective? Why don't we go back to, what you call the study of our own scriptures for trying to understand ecofeminism as a movement? Because when we talk of feminism,
Jagrati ji, I understand, but probably to that participant, to that audience, it gave an impression that you were doing just the opposite of what you want us to do. So you are asking us not to be Eurocentric, but you are quoting too many Europeans. Was probably the impression.
Sir,
but
when we look at the Bhumi Suktam, we don't find any monstrosity in the concept of the Bhumi Suktam. She is the benedictory, goddess. She showers us with
I
benediction.
understand.
But in the Western, aspect, when we say the Bhumi is, to be furrowed, to be used as a commodity, to be used as a resource. That is why in the beginning I told you that there are two dialectical opposites in my paper.
I understand. Yeah.
So what we are supposed
Actually,
to
we want references. We want others also to give references in a very balanced way. Definitely, ma'am. Thank you very much. This paper is going to be published on INDIC Today online magazine. Please take the opportunity to read all these references or in wherever ma'am had to actually jump or skip the slides. Those portions you can read in the published paper. Okay. Now we'll move on to Janani Anantanarayananji. Her presentation is a recorded presentation, and our officers are going to run the recorded presentation now.
Yeah, just before that, a namaste to everyone, and thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Dr. Prasanna, the chief guest, in his address, he talked about the man in nature and the interconnectedness in our scriptures, which is the main point of difference between Hindu philosophy and others. Dr. Nagaraj emphasized on the note of youngsters, that is so vital. Then in the morning, we had this eco-literacy and trips and projects and the role of farmer families, etc., and snakes. And for me, children and family are most important. So everything has to begin from home. And Mr. Srinivas, after the video is over, I have something for 1 minute to share. So after the video is over, I'll just come back for a minute. Thank you. You can play the video.
Asatoma Satgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityoma Amritam Gamaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Sanatana Dharma is innately and inherently an ecological religion that shows utmost respect to every little creature and thing in this universe. There's divinity even in dirt, dust, and dung. The Vedas, the Puranas contain vivid and detailed and aesthetic descriptions of creation itself, of deities, their vahanas, and other paraphernalia, of the 5 elements, of the planets and stars, mountains, rivers, seasons, flowers, trees, birds, festivals, and much, much more. Let me highlight these birds. The crow. The full moon of the lunar month Magha is also known as the Purnima of the crow. It is a festival, Kaur Punim, which is celebrated in Kashmir in honor of the crow and the ancestors. Neelkanthi. This name came about for the Indian roller bird because just like Shiva, he too has a blue throat. A snake had bitten Bhima, one of the Pandava princes, and the little bird had sucked out the venom and had saved Bhima's life. Hamsa is a symbol of purity and enlightenment. Chataka is a bird that can only directly drink rainwater as it drops from the skies. Chanda Chakora is how it is referred to as. This bird thrives only on the moonlight for its sustenance. Rivers are considered as mothers in our country, the Saumya or the pleasant form and the Ugra or the unpleasant form. Now in their fierce form, great destruction to life and property through floods and rapid currents happen. Hence the scriptures prescribe rituals to pacify them. A snan, a holy bath in the holy rivers, cleanses one of all sins. Pushkaram, the tradition of worshipping rivers is unique to India, a celebration that happens annually once in 12 years along each river. Each river is associated with the zodiac sign, and the river for each year's festival is based on which sign the Jupiter is in at that time. Hindu scriptures have already harnessed the environmental sensibilities yugas ago. The story of Krishna and Kaliya the serpent is about the pollution in the Yamuna. The Varaha avatar is also about retrieving the earth that was submerged in the oceans. Today, Hinduism in the context of environmental consciousness assumes a special relevance due to the degradation of nature by unsustainable lifestyles leading to climate change, natural calamities, pandemics, depletion of natural resources, and various other disruptions in life. While discussing environmental consciousness amongst children, certain questions arise. Are the nuances of the interconnectedness and the interdependence of all creatures in the environment and with the environment in the subconscious or in the conscious thought processes of most children? What about this rapid urbanization? Has it resulted in considerable psychological and physical disassociation from nature? And about the ongoing and sustained programs, do they result in holistic connections between children and nature? Or do they end up being shallow, elitist, and condescending? Let us understand the me, earth, and the universe. Starting with the universe. And there's an interesting story. Once Brahma, when visiting Lord Krishna, told the gatekeeper to open the door and tell Lord Krishna that Brahma had come to visit. Krishna asked the gatekeeper which Brahma was he. This perplexed and angered Brahma. Upon asking why such a question was asked, Lord Krishna summoned innumerable Brahmas from different universes in front of the Brahma of this universe, showing him that he was not the only one. He further added that the Brahmas had many more heads. There are countless universes, each with its own Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Earth is Bhuma Devi, Mahalakshmi, Sita, Satyabhama, Andal. The Bhumi Sukta in the Atharva Veda gives a detailed explanation of how Bhumi is held by the cosmic forces and how we are dependent on her for material sustenance. Dharma and Bhumi are interconnected. During the advent of this Kali Yuga, both Dharma in the form of the bull and Bhumi in the form of a cow were reduced to one leg. Here, the species should be understood as grades. In the Vedic meaning, there are 4 lakh grades of human beings on different levels of consciousness. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says to Arjuna, all that exists in the universe has manifested from my material energy. Just one material energy has extended itself into myriad shapes, forms, and entities of this world. This material energy in its primordial form is called Prakriti. This man is made of food essence. Krishna also says, such is my inferior energy. But beyond it, O mighty armed Arjun, I have a superior energy, which is the Jiva Shakti or the soul energy or the spiritual energy. The story of Brahma stealing the cows and calves made Brahma understand that due to the expansion of energy of the Parabrahman or the Purusha, everything movable and immovable within the cosmic manifestation is existing. 1/4 of this entire universe makes up for the natural world, and 3/4 is the spirit. The same is with the human being. So clearly, moral values, the code of conduct, are the ones holding up me, the earth, and the universe. The crux of formulating solutions and strategies for any problem arising in the environment lies in fostering internalization of basic values, shlokas, rituals, stories, art, and festivals in the Hindu culture will guide the young minds towards internalizing the moral values from childhood itself. As a children's story writer, my Panchamantra Kathas emphasize the basic values of respect, empathy, kindness, hard work, and honesty. These values are the building blocks for sensitivity towards life and the environment. Well, do you see the ants? But listen to this story. The story of how Indra, after defeating Vritrasura, became very proud, and Krishna in the guise of a young boy taught him a lesson. I saw the ants, O Indra, crawling in an orderly fashion, he said. Each was once an Indra, like you. Each, by virtue of pious deeds, once became a king of gods. But now, through many rebirths, each Indra has become an ant. This army that you see is an army of former Indras. Indra was humbled. Encouraging a love for animals, nature walks, conserving food and water, recycling, etc., are not sufficient when there's a constant threat to negate our philosophy by vested interests by targeting the food habits, festivals, customs, and traditions which will impact our economy and the environment. There needs to be a concerted strategy to raise a generation who are sensitized and cognizant of the deep connect of our rituals, traditions, so that daily lifestyles is in consonance with true environmental consciousness. And for this to happen, these words have to be part of the everyday vocabulary that should begin from home. 14 lokas inhabited by different gods and goddesses, rishis, tree and water spirits, humans and superhumans, demons and rakshasas, apsaras, yakshas, yakshinis, asuras, gandharvas, nagas, and more. According to our scriptures, these lokas exist and that they are not fiction must be absorbed. The Vedic religion safeguards even very tiny creatures like ants, worms, or insects. In addition to stipulating offering of food to these creatures, our rules also enjoin their non-killing. The Apastamba Sutra recommends prayaschitta for the sins committed. Let us see the faults that tend to destroy the creatures. Anger, grumbling, hypocrisy, lying, gluttony, lust, secret hatred, neglecting to concentrate the mind. Ahimsa or non-violence is the ultimate dharma, but violence in service of dharma is also the ultimate dharma. In the Mahabharata, when Yudhishthir was asked by the Yaksha as to which was the best dharma or virtue, he replied, Andri Shamshaya, that is empathy and compassion. In Mahabharata, there is a verse to be recited when you see a snake. And when you recite this verse, the snake will go away and there would be no need of killing it. The snakes had promised the Astika Rishi that they will not bite the humans if they recite this verse. Let's grasp the snake's compassion for the human being. The Upanishads have given us the wonderful Shanti mantras. Out of those, 5 are collectively called as the Shanti Panchakam or the Panchashanti. Mindful chanting of these simple yet powerful mantras can calm us and improve our focus and will have great benefits on the physical and mental health. Ghosha Shanti are verses recited in public at festivals and ceremonies in order to create a peace, a calm in general, wherever there may be conflict or disturbance. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi is my prescription for the children of today's world, where patience and perseverance are in short supply and attention spans are shrinking. Simple daily chanting of just Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi will suffice for the children. Disturbances from cosmic forces, physical and material elements, and disturbances from within will be taken care of by chanting this mantra. The powerful Om is the sound vibration that connects all the 3 realms. It keeps one in harmony with oneself, the earth, and the universe. Why not make this simple chanting into a movement that will definitely benefit the Gen next and have a cascading effect too? The child will gradually learn the deeper philosophy that he is not a separate or an isolated entity, but is a part of a great whole. This is a sample list of words for each day of the week that can serve as a useful template for parents to help the children connect with our deities, trees, food, etc., and in the process imbibe and develop environmental consciousness. To put it in simple child language, Sanatana Dharma encompasses the full subject of EVS. It is environmental science and more. Sanatana Dharma is EVS, eternal Vedic science, timeless and irrefutable.
Namaste, Janani-ji. The audio was a little feeble while you were recording itself. Probably there was a feeble audio in that, but okay, it was communicative. It was communicated well. So you wanted to say a few words with that. We'll close for the day. Janani-ji, please go ahead.
Sorry. I had, no, Mr. Srinivas had given me a feedback that it was okay. Otherwise, I would have maybe repeated it. That's okay. No, there you all saw a cow eating some, what is that called? The watermelon. I just wanted to share, I added that slide because on the 12th day after my mother expired, there was that cow which came outside my house, home last year and called out from the road, Amma. So I went and put the thing. Somebody was talking about the subtle connections and interconnectedness. And you will not believe it, after almost a year, this morning, just before the conference was going to start. And when I was making this slide, I was telling that cow, Amma, you are part of this conference as the cow. And you will not believe it, in the morning, before the conference started, the cow came back again after almost 9 months. And I gave the, something to eat. So I believe that this is the connection that we all look for. Some people will say it is coincidence, but that coincidence or whatever happens for a reason with a reason. That is the essence that I wanted to convey. Definitely. Thank you very much.
That's really amazing, wonderful. And we, most of us here believe in these coincidences. Whatever you call them, coincidences,
exactly.
miracles, or whatever name you give them, this Mahima, that we believe that it is a Mahima, and Mahimas are there. And okay, if you want to call it coincidence, call it. But wonderful, that's a wonderful sharing of your personal, real, factual experience. And with that, I think we...
Thank you so much for giving me a chance. Thank you very much. And one more suggestion, in the morning, you were saying that Hinduism, you've changed it from INDICA thing. I think you should be bolder and knock out even that ism and just make it Hindu, something like, Hindu, the conference, instead of Hinduism.
Yeah, that's what we have been doing.
Yeah.
Jagrati ji, why we are leaving all this as irrational rituals, ma'am. That's what Jagrati ji was saying. So good. There is good reception. People are saying good presentation. An anonymous attendee is saying good presentation. And Anjan Nandi is saying, wow, your presentation derives the forces how our Sanatana Dharma delivers the gist of life through nature. And that was a wonderful day. We had almost every paper was such a wonderful learning experience for each one of us. We have learned a lot from every paper. Some of the papers gave us cultural knowledge. Some of the papers were academically enriching. In several different ways, we have been enriched with almost every paper of this conference. Dr. Prasanna Kumarji has joined. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us such an enlightening talk in the morning and also participating throughout the day's proceedings. Tomorrow we'll again join here for the second day of the conference. We are going to have Shefali ji, who has not presented her paper today. She is going to present tomorrow, and we are going to have Poonam Kakotkar ji, Deepa Durai Swami ji, Arvind Shivam ji, and there are going to be 3 sessions. One is Ecofeminism and Earth in Hindu Environmentalism. The topic that has been covered today is going to be continued with Poonam Kakotkar ji, and environmentalism in Hindu temple culture. Mostly those papers in that session are going to be about the temples, temple culture, agamas, and agama culture. And there is going to be a session on environmentalism in yoga, scriptures, and Vedic contexts. Thank you very much. Please do come for tomorrow. All these presentations are going to be uploaded to the INDICA Academy channel, YouTube channel. And these papers are going to be first published as INDIC Today magazine articles, and then they will be published as a conference proceedings volume. And even tomorrow's proceedings are going to be in the form of both published articles and also INDIC Academy YouTube videos. Thank you very much. Let us again meet tomorrow.